And next we'll do the roll. Ms. Grenfell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Arns.
Here.
Mr. Brown is excused. Ms. Harvey. Excused. Ms. Johnson. Here. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law. Dr. Schaefer is excused. Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Thayer. Ms. Thayer.
Present.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Present.
Ms. Tomasi. Here. Mr. Chairman, we do have quorum of the board. We've got 2 board members virtual, and we have 6 in person. So you do have quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Amy. Once again, good morning, everyone. I want to welcome Ryan Lance to the board. Very happy to have you on the board. We're looking forward to your energy, your experience, and all the things you'll bring to us. And thank you for being willing to serve. And buckle up. I thought yesterday in particular went really well, and appreciate all the energy and effort that went into that workshop. In that work session, I thought the building state capabilities in particular, that program is impressive, well thought out, well put together. I know that we're all excited to see the teams work through that process and all the good things that will come from it. And I want to commend their courage on attempting to and hopefully making significant progress on some of the state's bigger, more complex challenges, because that's not easy to do. So that's exciting. And I thought last night again was a nice way to highlight a local business. But on to today, our first item will be the consent agenda. And you'll see a number of items listed there, both in terms of reports and or contracts. As a reminder, all those things on the consent agenda are in the board book. They've gone through the process with the various committees to get to this point. And that being said, any board member can, if they choose to, pull any item out or items out of the consent agenda. So that's the first order of business. Anything from the board on the consent agenda? Seeing none, so we'd entertain a motion to consider the approval of the items that are included on the consent agenda. Got a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks, guys. That passes. Thank you. And first up, I want to welcome Carter Napier, who's the city manager for Casper. And Mr. Napier, we're happy to have you here, and please come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity to visit with you today and offer you a welcome, if you will, on behalf of the mayor and the council of the city of Casper. We are grateful to have you here. It's always refreshing to see agencies like yours come out of Cheyenne and come into our communities to host your conversations and your proceedings and the business that you need to conduct. By so doing, that invariably invokes conversation in your constituents' places and home turf, if you will. Generally, that enables people like me to come visit with you on a basis that's different than what normally we get the opportunity to engage you. For 20 plus years, I've been coming to see you in very prescriptive ways, mind you, in regards to programs and funding that we hope you will partner with us in. And certainly I appreciate the support that you've given us, myself, and while I haven't always won in those approaches, I'm grateful for the partnership that we have and the work that we've been able to do together over those decades. But today I get to visit with you in a different way, and I appreciate that. I'm grateful for that. The fact is that as cities and towns here in Wyoming, we really need you to be successful. We need you to knock it out of the park as it relates to economic development efforts here in Wyoming and the things that you try to do to help us thrive, as is right on your front page of your website, Thrive in Wyoming. I appreciate that, and I'm grateful for the chance that I can, in small ways that I do, help you do that. I believe that when you win, we all win here in Wyoming. It is curious to me that with each legislative session that's convened, there is a hue and cry from some to defund your efforts. Depending on what that actually looks like, should that ever happen, and hopefully it never does, it is hard for me not to think that these efforts would be tantamount to taking our players off the field in the world of economic development at the state level. I certainly would not want to see that happen at a local level and at the state level either. I don't believe that's a good play. I think we all have to be open that there are certain things we may want to change or work on to remain competitive. That's true. However, we don't achieve that competitive edge and those wins that we're trying to gain by sending our teams home and stop competing. So you will not see me ever advocate for that or encourage our legislative officers in that regard either. I really appreciate the emphasis that you have placed over the years in helping communities with their efforts in being centers of competitive energy. I take it that you view those investments as being important. In that these efforts are that of helping cities and towns like Casper to grow in the ecosystem that you need to be able to access in terms of landing business and landing opportunities. You won't be successful in that regard if we as communities are not successful. So while indeed I want you to be successful on a personal level and a professional level, you need us to be successful as well. You need Casper to be successful. And I want Casper to be successful. I like it when you and I can be successful together, as it were, our agencies. I am here also to tell you today that I believe Casper and the Casper area is one of the very viable options that you have in creating that ecosystem and developing ways that are successful for your prospects. As a part of my very recent appointment to the Regulatory Reduction Task Force, I have had the opportunity to become more and more familiar with the studies by the Growth Lab completed a year ago here in Wyoming. I'd like to take this opportunity, if you don't mind indulging me in that regard, to remind you some of the things that they noticed about Casper and that you can find in their studies. One of the things that they said is that Casper is a less constrained housing market, due in part to the access of the development of arterial infrastructure that we've been blessed to develop here in Casper. They go on to say Casper provides an example of how housing can expand more rapidly when infrastructure constraints are less binding, given how its water system more readily services outlying areas. That certainly has been a mission of ours, and we continue to do that even today. A couple other things that they said real quickly. Casper provides an example. I'm sorry. Casper, interestingly, expanded both its total population and its employment to working age population ratio, whereas other communities throughout the state have not been as successful. We are grateful for that as well, and we think that that is combined a couple elements that I would hope you would find important with regard to, again, pursuing those ecosystems that help businesses be successful. I think another element that Casper does really well and has done really well over the years is that of forming public-private partnerships to accomplish larger gains. One transformational way in which we've been able to do that we have recently talked about is with regard to the North Platte Park Development Project that we were very grateful you helped us achieve. I want to thank you for the $4 million that you recognize those efforts with, that we plan to use for infrastructure investments over the next couple of years to try to spurn private development and growth in an area that we are finding to be a new center of energy here in the Casper area. We really appreciate that partnership. That to me is one example of public-private partnerships working really well here in Wyoming, and we believe will yield a net development and growth from a business perspective, from a business ecosystem that you are looking for here in Wyoming and in the center of our state. I had the opportunity to visit with one of the Growth Lab consultants just last week. And one of the things that they mentioned as it relates to attracting the labor pool that we need here in our community and in our state was with reference to a number of things that they are looking for throughout the country. They talked about amenity kinds of needs that those labor pools have. I'm here to tell you today that we are one of those places that have those amenities that we think will be attractive to that pool, to that target range of folks that we need to bring in to our communities here in Wyoming. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Wyoming, and Casper, I should say, is leading the country with regard to our urban and natural interface work that we're doing with respect to the river restoration project that we've been working on now for the past 15 years. As a part of that project, we have developed a cash influx of over $10 million at this point in time, which is growing as we speak. All of those dollars and the partnerships that have yielded those dollars have been invested in creating, or I should say redeveloping, the river corridor that goes right through the heart of our community. We are not only improving that urban natural interface, but we are also improving and growing, if you will, wetland environments that are critical to our wildlife habitat here in Wyoming. As you know, 97% of Wyoming's wildlife needs these kinds of habitats to be prosperous and to grow and to thrive, which is certainly a critical element with respect to what brings people to Wyoming. I don't know if you knew this or not either, but Casper is one of the most connected cities in your state as it relates to parkway and rail trail development. In fact, we have one of the largest rail trail developments in the state of Wyoming right here in Casper. I hope you get the opportunity to go and experience that yourself, as it will take you through our river corridor and throughout our other urban areas. We are making huge strides in that respect, as well as in other respects that, again, we think contributes to those vital ecosystems. My message to you in whole is, I think you should keep your eye on Casper and the Casper area. I am bullish about Casper. I hope you are bullish about Casper. We think the success that you can have as a business council can come through Casper. And we want to try to make that happen in numerous ways on your behalf and with respect to the important things that you do. There will continue to be ways in which you will see our opportunities for business development and growth and business attraction happen here in Casper and the Casper area. I believe that that important element of agglomeration is taking place right now. I think it'll continue to develop and grow. And I hope that you can be a partner with us over the next several years to help facilitate that important happening. Thank you again for the chance to visit with you. Thank you for what you do. I want you to be successful. I want you to be incredibly accomplished in the things that you are working on. And you will always have a partner with your friends here in Casper and the Casper area. Thank you very much.
Mr. Co-Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Carter. If you just indulge me just for a second to maybe pile on a little bit, I just want to tell you from personal experience in developing some different businesses. And then when we moved to Casper, it was a real treat in terms of the streamline when we come to the city offices or everything that we did. And then just working with some of your manufacturers here, it was just like a can-do sort of thing. Aside from making sure our trailers were wheel chocked appropriately so they stayed in place, everything else just went according to plan. So
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for your investment in our community. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Carter, for being here. We appreciate the comments and certainly agree that Casper has a lot going for it. So thank you.
Good to see you.
Okay, next up, we have Mr. Durrell for the CEO update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Thanks for your time today and thanks for all of your consideration on what we'll be working through. If we could jump to the next slide, I wanted to highlight a few things that have happened since our last board meeting and that will happen between now and our next board meeting, and that is a number of anniversaries of our team. And we'll start with David Carpenter, who has just celebrated a year. He's here in Casper. He's our markets and industry manager. Carrie Cavisto, who's our agency services manager as well. She's celebrating 2 years. And then John Windling and Bert Adam are both in our investments group. John is our loan portfolio manager and Bert is our investments director. Both of them are celebrating 4 years. Jill Tregemba is our agribusiness manager. She's also celebrating 4 years. Lindsay Orr is our accounting manager. She's celebrating 6 years. Kayla Claire, who's not here with us today, she's actually on a Main Street trip, which is fitting because she's our Main Street manager, doing a best practices trip in Alabama, and she's leading that effort, making our main streets accommodating to businesses and also to the folks who want to visit our towns or enjoy them. And then finally, we have Ron Goldberg, who's our strategic partnerships director, and he has been with us for 10 years. And so we do have a gift for Ron, and I thought we might just spend a second to talk a little bit about him. We won't roast him. That's the 15-year mark, but Ron has been instrumental in developing relationships with a number of partners and the legislature to really kind of keep the change space open, but also make sure that all of our partners understand their role in our strategy. And sometimes that can be a little bit tough to do, and that's a challenge. But it starts with Ron with developing relationships, and it starts with understanding where people are and where they're coming from and what they have to offer to the state of Wyoming and how does that fit into our strategy. And so, I know for one, I appreciate Ron's approach to things, his attitude toward the state that he loves, as well as the people that are in those partnerships, because I think that care and really concern for their needs is what makes us a really good organization, and it makes it so that we can really accomplish our strategy. And as Mr. Napier mentioned, it's a big thing, and it's a big state, and there are a lot of different entities, and Ron really helps keep those connected. So Ron, thank you for all of your work over the last 10 years, and we're looking forward to many, many more. So thank you. If we jump to the next slide, we can talk about a couple of farewells, and so we have a couple people on our team who are retiring this year, and we're we feel very fortunate that we've been able to work with them over the years, and we're definitely going to be sad to see them go. Sue Akey is our is in agency services, and Sue is one of the most magnetic people you'll ever meet. She always has a crowd of people around her. She brings a lot to our office and to really every event that we're part of, or and she brings a thoughtful approach to it. She doesn't just handle a lot of the details for all of us. She also does really bring the fun. And I think that it's really important to note that with Sue, you're always going to get the straight answer, and you're always going to get it in a way that helps you. And I think that it's been very important for me to be able to see that and to have that shared with me sometimes when I didn't want it, but always very helpful, and always in a way where you know that she cares about you and she cares about the mission of the Business Council. And so Sue, we're definitely going to miss you. And what I will say is that with our 1,000 Cups of Coffee initiative that we have, I hope that quite a few of those are with you. So thank you. Next, in a few months, Elena Zempel will be moving on toward retirement, and Elena has been with the Business Council for quite a while, 16 years in various roles, and mostly as a regional director. But a few years ago, Elena came to us and said, "Look, I know we need a broadband manager. This is something that I'm very passionate about. I can dig in and understand detailed programs, and I can juggle a lot of different things. And boy, I think I would be a great broadband manager." And we couldn't agree more. Elena has brought some real, more than anything, she's willing to dig in and understand very complicated processes and deal with a challenging subject matter, and deal with that in a lot of ways, essentially alone. A lot of states have broadband offices. We do too. Just happens to have one person that does a lot of that. And that's a lot of work for her to do. And she's taken it on. She mentioned to me that maybe it's possible that more of her hair is gray now in the last 2 years than it was before. But we appreciate the works that she's done. And really the state is going to be much better off because of that work and the big programs and the major influx of federal dollars, as well as leveraging the state dollars to connect our communities with one another. And while at first you might think, well, what is the big deal about having broadband? Well, it is the big deal having broadband. And we know that as a small state with sparse population, if you don't have connectivity, you can be isolated. You cannot run your business as you want. You cannot explore new opportunities, and you can't create the agglomeration by connection that we know we need. And so having all of those things is incredibly important. I know that sometimes in the day-to-day and the urgent situations, it can feel like you're just putting out fires, trying to get fiber on the ground or radio waves to fly around the state. But ultimately, it is a very critical component to us executing our strategy, and a critical component for Wyoming to be relevant into the future. And so, Elena, thank you very much for your work. And I'm not sure, is Elena here today? She is. Okay. Thank you very much, Elena. There you are hiding. And we'll get to hear from her later. And we're excited about that. And we just thank you for all of your help. So Elena, thank you.
Can I
Yes.
say something?
Ms. Tomas?
I just want to add that I have known Elena for way too many years. And I've known Sue since I started with the Business Council. And I hope because of you folks and your professionalism and your friendship, I hope it continues. And I hope after you're gone, you'll continue to stay in touch. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Tomasi. And so if I could spend the next few minutes, maybe taking everyone on a little bit of a journey through the Business Council, and especially as it relates to the last few years. So it's been a little over 4 years now, about 4.5 years, when I first sat down with Governor Gordon to really learn about his vision for the Business Council and for where we could go. And that was before I got the job at the Business Council. And I was learning about the Business Council. I was learning about the governor's vision. And ultimately, the governor saw a great opportunity to change the course of the Business Council and to develop the Business Council into an entity that thought a lot about return on investment of state funds, that worked to develop local capacity, and in one way or another, make business decisions. And I think over the last few years, we've definitely worked to do that. And so that has been our guiding light for a long, long time, is how do we do that and how do we execute on our strategy, knowing that we need to make business decisions, that our return on the investment of state funds needs to be thought of and calculated and transparent to the world, but also how do we build that community capacity so that really economic development can live on beyond any term of a governor, any term of a CEO, or any retirements that we face. Anything that we do, how do we extend that to our communities so that they can build their own economies in their own way? And again, that's been really important. It's actually been important to me since I was, well, frankly, a baby. I just didn't know about it. My family moved here from Missouri in the early 70s to work in Rollins at the coal mines. And my dad worked in the coal mines until I was about 10 years old. And then as things would happen in Carbon County, a boom town in Rollins, he was laid off from the mines when I was 10. And at 10 years old, you don't get to control a whole lot. You control very little, in fact. But what you can control is your discipline to study and your maybe dream of a better future. And I can remember telling my mom, Mom, I'm going to start taking school really seriously. And at 4th grade, that's a big deal, because you should be probably playing on the playground. But instead, I was thinking about my future and thinking about how I could be in a spot where maybe my 10-year-old wasn't in that same spot. And so 8 years later, I graduated from high school at Rollins High and had a full ride scholarship to University of Wyoming and studied engineering. And again, my whole goal was to be self-reliant. And what I learned is that you can be self-reliant. And what I learned is that if you have a vision for a positive future, you can create that. And it was a really empowering thing to go through. And it was one of those things that has kind of shaped my life and my decisions, and staying in Wyoming has always been one of those decisions, no matter where I've been in my career. And so when I took this job, and a few months after Governor Gordon painted his vision for me, and I said, gosh, this is going to be exciting. We, as Mr. Napier mentioned, we were in a budget session, and we had an amendment to defund us. And that's actually pretty common in at least the 3 budget sessions I've experienced. That is something that is consistent, is that in each of those budget sessions, we've had an amendment to defund us. And my wife was not so excited about that. She said, "You're taking on a new job and they're trying to defund you." And I was like, yeah, we'll be fine. Knowing whether we'll be fine or not was not actually something I did. I didn't know, but I knew that I wanted to be in the center of the storm. And to really help Governor Gordon establish this vision and to set a course for the Business Council that was positive. We were actually able to not get defunded. I think we were funded, which is 2 negatives, I guess, make a positive. And so we were funded, and we've continued to be funded. And not only that, we've continued to make really good decisions to build that self-reliance in our communities. And I think that that's really, in my mind, the way in which we're going to see communities thrive like Casper, is self-reliance. And so our strategy is actually really, really simple. Our strategy is simple so that we can all remember it. Our strategy is something that we work on every day, but our strategy is to add value to the things that we do really, really well. Okay, I think we all know that at a highest level, we do really well at natural resources, and especially natural resource extraction. We also do really well at natural resources from a tourist perspective. The natural resources that we have are very popular in the world, and we want to see them continue to be. And then, of course, there's agriculture. And those three elements are what make up the foundation for us as a state. And we want to leverage our success in those areas to activate new sectors and to create what is next. Now, we don't necessarily know exactly what is next, but what we do know and what we can control as the Business Council is our impact on allowing that to happen at a community level and increasing the self-reliance that our communities have. And you've probably all heard me talk about a flywheel or a triangle. You've probably seen me try to frame things up in a way that helps us understand that if we're not able to do it at a local level, the state is not able to do it. So as Mr. Napier was talking and talking about how, we want to work as partners, he's absolutely right. We want to work as partners in developing our local economies and the know-how at a local level so that those capabilities will create a state that has the resources it needs. And so executing a strategy is actually a lot harder than saying it. And I think we can all understand that. We've all been in moments in our time on the board or time at the Business Council where the easy answer is to make someone happy. The easy answer is to just do it like we've always done. But the right answer and the difficult answer is for us to say, well, maybe no from time to time, and maybe yes if other times. And that board, this board has done that, and our team has done that. We've had to face, and we will continue to face the past where things have been a little easier to get grant funding and get things, and have people say, well, you used to do that. And we say, well, we understand that, but we're actually changing our course, and we're continuing to change our course so that our communities can be self-reliant. And when I say community, I don't just mean Casper or Bags or Farson or Rollins. I mean communities like entrepreneurs. I mean communities like our small businesses. I mean the philosophical communities that we have in our state as well. And really our mission from day one, every person, every contract that we do, every grant that we work on is about executing that mission. And so I think we need to also think about for just a moment, what is the role of government and what should we be doing? How should we play a role in this? And I think all of us in Wyoming feel that government should be as small as possible. And we too feel that same way. We want to not be heavy-handed. We don't want to be in the middle of everything. We want local control. We want to encourage local control and local capabilities so that our communities can thrive no matter the economic conditions of an individual sector. And as we think about that, that doesn't mean that we're hands off and we walk away. Instead, it means that we are strategic and we're surgical about the application of our programs and our grants. And I think that what people sometimes forget is that this is a process, this takes time, and the ideal state is something that we're all working toward, but it is about facing what I would call chicken and egg problems a lot. So we actually say that sounds like a chicken and egg problem. And when many times when people say that, it paints it as an unsolvable problem. People say, well, that's a chicken and egg problem. And I think in a lot of ways, they're throwing up their hands and they're saying, well, it's a problem we don't want to solve because it's a chicken and egg problem and we can't solve it. And we actually take the opposite approach. We look for chicken and egg problems. In fact, as you look at the contracts that you see today, the grants that we're working on today, those are chicken and egg problems. Because if the government and our entity doesn't intervene or doesn't apply its grants, policies, or leadership, that problem will still exist. And so we look for chicken and egg problems and we attempt to solve them. I'll give you a couple of examples because we believe that they're solvable with some limited and surgical government interventions, we'll call it. So an example of a chicken and egg problem in Wyoming is the lack of venture capital and the lack of deal flow. So venture capitalists, the few that were here a few years ago, would say there's not enough deal flow. And the entrepreneurs would say there's not enough money. And it was a chicken and egg problem, right? On one side, you have people saying, well, there's just not enough deal flow for venture capital to be here. And the entrepreneurs are like, there's just not enough money for enough deal flow to happen. Well, that sounds like a chicken and egg problem. Okay. It ultimately was unsolvable for a while. And then a member of our team said, well, wait a second, we can actually apply pressure to that problem. We can figure out a way to utilize federal funds, and we can use all of those funds for venture capital. So at least we can either fry a chicken or break an egg. I'm not really sure, but one of those things is going to happen. And we're going to apply money and pressure to this system to see what happens. And so Bert, Adam, and his team and others at the Business Council got together and developed our state small business credit initiative for venture. And we developed YBC. That $58 million is an awful lot of pressure on a chicken and egg problem. We don't actually know if it's going to break an egg or fry a chicken. But what we do know is that it is our job to apply pressure for some amount of time to see if the private market will then respond and adapt to what we want to happen, which is a thriving venture capital ecosystem in Wyoming. That is an example of us applying that pressure. Now, that's on one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, in an agreement you'll see today, is to help entrepreneurs be able to position their businesses to succeed. That is us applying pressure to both sides of this equation. We don't want to apply that pressure forever. We don't want these programs to live forever. We want to instigate and create a situation where that problem can be solved. And then our communities, in this case, the venture capital and entrepreneur communities, can thrive on their own. Now, there will be challenges down the road. We will face them in the same way. We will look at those chicken and egg problems and we'll apply pressure. And we'll continue to do so and build know-how at the same time. And Ben, if you want to just jump to the next slide. The way we look at all of these things is through the flywheel. And that is looking at what is the challenge that we face in a particular problem. How do we address that chicken and egg problem? We could probably change the top of this flywheel to, instead of determine binding constraints, we could say, find the chicken and the egg. And where can we break that problem? And so if you think about our communities, they face a similar chicken and egg problem. They need resources to develop their local economies. They don't have the resources to develop their local economies. And without the resources to develop their local economies, they can't get more resources to develop their local economies, which is exactly what things like the BRC program are intended to instigate. They're intended to put pressure on that chicken and egg problem. If we can continue to do that in a way that creates resilience and self-reliance in the community, we will succeed. We will essentially work ourselves out of a job, at least the job we have today. And I think that that's really what we're trying to do. Now, there's another chicken and egg problem that is also really important in our state. So money doesn't solve problems. And so when we do things like the venture program, and when we do things like BRC, those are ways to, excuse me, start solving that problem. But it's the know-how that is left behind that will truly solve that problem in the long run. Because ultimately, the problems that we're facing today in our economy are not new. They're they're as old as the state is. And in some ways, we could look back about 40 or 50 years to when I moved to Wyoming and say the problems that we faced then are the problems that we face now. And I think what we're trying to do is say, we don't want to solve them with a silver bullet. We want to develop our communities in such a way so that in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, that our children aren't saying the same thing, at least those that can stay in Wyoming. And so one of the other chicken and egg problems that we had was that economic development is pretty esoteric, and you don't understand economic development until you're inside it. And you also can't work on economic development all the time because you might be a leader of your community, you might be a leader of your company, and you may not have that much exposure to it. So there's a chicken and egg problem. And one of the programs that we developed in conjunction with Leadership Wyoming was the Wyoming Academy. And the intent was to address a chicken and egg problem. A lack of economic development, understanding, and leadership at a local level is something that is really important to us. We don't want to be the entity that spreads money all over the state like peanut butter. Instead, we want our communities to be able to be self-reliant, to develop their own economies, to develop their own resilience. And we know that developing leaders at a local level is the way that we're going to do that. And so with that program, we said, how do we, one, build a best-in-class program? Well, the first step is to work with Leadership Wyoming. They know how to build an excellent program and truly best in class. And two, we need to pick people who maybe don't always understand that they're in economic development, but they're in economic development. And so we set out to find the leaders in communities. And again, not the ones that have names of towns, but necessarily could be the communities in which they are. It could be the legislative community. It could be the entrepreneur community. It could be a town like Casper. But we set out to find those leaders and to develop the skills to execute our strategy, because we know that it's not going to be a team of 40. It's going to be a team of thousands that needs to work on this problem. And if you think about what we do in every single interaction that we have, every meeting that we attend, every contract that we approve, every grant that we recommend, all of those elements add up to our strategy. And all of those elements are a manifestation of our execution of our strategy. And if they're not, we shouldn't do them. And if they are not working ourselves out of a job and developing local capacity so that we don't have to be involved in every decision at a local level, we're not making the right move. And it's going to take a lot of different decisions. It's going to take many different elements to do, but we have to keep our eyes on the long-term prize and make sure that we're stepping in that direction, no matter how small or large we can do. We need to take those steps. And I think as we continue to think about the flywheel and about what we're really trying to do, we are ultimately working ourselves out of a job. And we are ultimately developing a state where all of our communities can thrive, our businesses can find the workers they need, our local leaders can feel like they have the resources to be successful, our children have opportunities to stay in Wyoming if they choose, and we have a growing and thriving economy. And so as you think about things today, as you think about the work that you do tomorrow and the work that you do continuing on, think about how you can continue to affect that. And if we do that, we won't have to have a silver bullet. We'll all be working toward the same thing. So, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board, I appreciate you continuing to make hard decisions. I appreciate you continuing to push the Business Council in the right direction. And I appreciate you continuing to help Governor Gordon achieve his vision for economic development in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Are there any questions or comments from any board members? All right. Thank you for that update. So next up, we have an update from the Wyoming Academy. And with us today, we have Leadership Wyoming Executive Director Mandy Fable and Assistant Director Linda Walsh provide an update on the inaugural cohort of the Academy and a plan for the future cohorts. So ladies, thank you for being with us. Nice to see you.
Oh yeah, I'm not that fancy. Okay, thanks. Normally I'm pretty loud. People need to quiet me down, not make me louder. So Linda's handing out a summary that has just what the activities looked like and what the program year looked like for Leadership Wyoming and the Academy cohort. So we're so grateful for this opportunity. We had so much fun putting this program together. What we love doing is bringing people together, putting the right people in the room to have the right conversations, and hopefully send them out inspired, encouraged, and connected. And I think we achieved those goals with the Academy. I think that picture on the front page is sort of fitting. You'll see the class graduated here in Casper about a month ago, and that's at the Nick Layson Art Museum in front of one of Nelchie's paintings. And if you have ever seen a Nelchie painting, they're big, they're bold, they're beautiful. And if you look at it long enough, you're still not exactly sure what you're looking at, which I think would describe the Academy as well. The work of human dynamics and leadership development can be a little bit messy at times. And the whole goal of it is that those people are working inside themselves and working to connect with each other. And so 2 metaphors I'll give. When we look at leadership in Wyoming, we know we don't have a lot of people here. So this is a challenge we face in all of our communities, all of our business challenges. If we're a football team, we don't have a lot of people on the bench. So we have to keep the players who are in the game supported, hydrated, healthy, and enthusiastic about what they're doing. And so when I think of the Academy, the people we're putting through this program are the people who are in the game. Like Josh said, these are leaders, business leaders, community leaders, people with potential, but a lot of people who've been around the block a few times. And so by investing in them and encouraging them to stay at it, to think of new ways to solve challenges, to give them new tools and new connections, I think that's helping protect those players a little bit longer. And we need that in Wyoming. We got to get the most life out of the best leaders we have in the state. And I think the Academy helps to do that in this economic development realm. And then the second story I'll tell is a little more of a personal anecdote from one of the cohort members. Sarah Hamlin is from Lander. She works at Maven Optics, but she's also been involved in the local Economic Development Association in Lander. And I ran into her a couple months ago and she said, "I'm mad at you." And she's in the Academy, I should say. And I was like, "Oh no, what did I do?" And she said, "We had a really hard local community meeting a couple of nights ago. And there was some controversy. There was some interdynamics at the board that were difficult for me. And I went home. And normally I would just drink a glass of whiskey and be annoyed at how difficult it is to be a leader in a small community." I was like, "Yeah, that sounds great too." And she said, "But because of the Academy, I went home thinking, what do I need to do differently? What information can I glean from this situation? Who do I need to pull into the room? And who can I lean on to help us solve this challenge?" And so that I think is really what we're after. And that's an N of 1. So it's hard to measure the impact of that. We have 30 people and hopefully those 30 people all have 1 to 100 experiences like that, where they're taking a situation that previously maybe they would have been frustrated by or felt diminished by. And instead they're looking at how can we learn from this and grow from this and lean on each other. And I know that the very next day, Sarah was calling and texting members of the Academy to say, what do I do? How do I bring my best to this situation? And so I think that's really what we're after. You can see the kinds of experiences people are learning about Wyoming. They're learning about different kinds of economies. We built a session so that at least one day is in a larger community and at least one day is in a smaller community. So nobody can say like, well, that's Casper, that won't work here. Well, it's like, that's Glen Rock, or that's Torrington. And so trying to show lots of different options and have lots of good conversation. And I am really proud of what we put together and really grateful for not just the investment of the funds to help run the program, but also the time of Josh and Amy. They were there. They showed up to every session. Josh was one of our facilitators, along with Scott Bollier, who's the Dean of the College of Business and who's a rock star also, and was such a great addition to the team. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity, proud of what we delivered. And I think the evaluations that we received from class members would say the same. So happy to answer any questions, big, small, anything you guys have.
Thank you, Ms. Fable. Any questions? I might have one, but go ahead, Kathy.
I, of course, have a question. Hi, Mandy.
Hi, Gabby.
I have heard so many positive remarks about the Academy from people that I've talked to and that have attended. And I just want to congratulate you and Josh and Amy and all the rest of the group that made this come together. Also, your participation. I see in the last page, you have a lot of people that are interested in doing this and want to continue with it. And I think that's awesome also. And this is just a side note. This comes under the umbrella of the operations committee, and we come up for the Academy comes up for funding today. So we will discuss it and vote for it in the operations committee. And I just wanted to let you know that we're not going to vote right now, but it will be later on. So, but congratulations on a very, very well done job.
Thank you, Kathy. And you bring up a great point. We also listed on the final page the participants who've been selected for next year's cohort. And an ask of you all as board members and even as staff or community members is to reach out to those who are in it and say, congratulations, or let me know how it goes. I'd love to support you. I think that kind of rallies that community, that it's not just these 30 people, but it's all the people who are connected to them. And then, like you said, checking in on their experience as they go. So thank you, Kathy. And we really did love being in Kemmerer. So we took a survey that night. Well, two short Kemmerer stories. One, we took a survey in the morning. We said, how many of you have ever slept in Kemmerer, Wyoming before? And it was probably like 10 out of 30, maybe, a handful, but not that many. The other story is that Linda was sick that session and couldn't make it. And so I was scrambling to do logistics. And Josh, being the kind person that he is, offered to stop and get a fruit tray from the Kemmerer Ridley's on the way to the session while I set up the room. And I said, that would be so helpful. And so he did, and they would not give him the fruit tray because he did not look like Mandy. So he was the security at the Ridley's in Kemmerer is on point. There are no fruit trays being stolen from that grocery store ever. But we did find a way. Josh did deliver a fruit tray later in the session, so he's batting 500 on fruit trays. We'll see about next year.
So Mandy, thanks again for that update. I too have heard really good things about the Academy, and I'm curious, after the first year, did you learn anything, or are you making adjustments to the program in any way, or did you kind of hit it out of the park right away and sticking with it?
Yeah, very fair question. We, despite looking like we knew what we were doing, much of the time we did not know what we were doing. And that's actually by design. We use that analogy of building the airplane while you're flying it on purpose, because if we set a curriculum for 30 people who we haven't met yet and we don't know what they're going through yet, we have less ability to adapt and be flexible. So we knew the tenets, the concepts, the types of experiences we wanted, but we were really morphing it and evolving it as we went. And we'll do the same next year. And we do the same with 25 years of Leadership Wyoming classes. There's a real relevance lens that we try to use to design the programming. Two things we learned, I think maybe I would say the hard way, or that we're changing for next year. One is the timing of the sessions. So we had 4 sessions spread out June, August, January, April, kind of thinking like quarterly-ish. And then we took the fall off with a lot of fall conferences happening around the state. And what we learned is August to January was just a really long time. Those 30 people had to sort of reset in January to reestablish that connection. So this year we'll run June, August, October, with the goal being a little tighter. So one less session and being a little bit tighter timeline together. So I think that was a big learning. And then I think other learning is just that really what people need is the ability to, I call it, you can't read the label from inside the jar. Like, people just need this ability to get outside the jar of their own lives and spend time growing themselves and growing with each other. And so we have a tendency to over program because we want to show off so many cool things. And so as we went through the year, we got better at what these people need is time together, time to learn from each other, time to sit and laugh over dinner, time to share stories. And so one of the things we did was called a drafting partner, where you were assigned to somebody. It was sort of luck of the draw, but it was intentional, but we got kind of lucky that they worked out as well as they did, that you have a peer mentor. So not necessarily mentor mentee, but just a peer mentor to each other. And I think something we'll do even more of next year is have those two people spend even more time together. So that's where a lot of learning comes from, is that intimate one-on-one and seeing progression over time too. So.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the back page and wondering, I mean, I know quite a few of these people, and looking at the towns they're from, how is this list developed? Is it by invitation, or is it by appointments? How do you decide who's going to be in this?
Sure. It's an open application process. So we had the applications open from January through mid-March, I think. Leadership Wyoming and we Business Council did some recruiting. Local folks around the state said, I think you'd be great for this. I would encourage you to apply. We try to have a mix of some Leadership Wyoming alumni and some not Leadership Wyoming alumni, a mix of some big towns with some small towns, different industries. So all of those people plus many more, it was a competitive process, submitted an application process or an application. And then we went through a review process to say, okay, are they ready to learn? Are they willing to contribute and be curious about what they can experience in this? And then now let's look at this matrix across the state. So trying to get those small communities, large communities, that sort of thing. But each person had to submit an application to be considered.
Okay, and follow up, Mr. Chair. So all of these towns are most of these towns are a little bit larger. And some of the smaller towns, and I'm thinking of Cali and Byron, you know, they're not very big, but they'd sure like a store in their town. So are there any stipends or scholarships, or are people expected to pay their own way? I mean, it's kind of a hard consideration when your head count from the state is $70,000 to run your town for the year, you know, plus the other funding streams, but really that's the bread and butter. So how does it happen? And is there a way that we can get smaller communities an opportunity and even feel like they could apply because they have the resources to do so?
Sure, great question. We do have a scholarship application that anyone can fill out, doesn't matter large or small town. And really it's just asking how can we support you and how can we make sure money isn't the reason you don't do it or the reason you can't do it. And so we had a couple of class members in this first cohort on scholarship, one which even included travel. So included lodging and travel. And we worked with him to try to carpool where he could, or he stayed with friends a couple of times when he had the opportunity, but we covered any costs that he couldn't cover. So that is certainly available. I think the harder question is how do we get them interested, or how do we make sure they know about it and that they can close their city hall for 3 days to come to our program if they're the only person who works there, or you know, a small entrepreneur who says, how do I run my business when I'm out of town for 3 days? How do I just back to that analogy of like, how do I get outside the jar? I can't even get out of the jar to look at the label. So I think those are questions we think about a lot at Leadership Wyoming, and we can sort of bring those lessons over to the academy and the recruitment process. But ultimately, it probably comes back to word of mouth and making sure they know the opportunity exists and that there's resources if that's the limiting factor. But I do think it's really important that we have people from all sizes of communities represented.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Amy.
Mr. Chair, Mandy, I do have a question, or maybe you can share your thoughts. I know that the Academy is one of other programs under the Leadership Wyoming umbrella. Maybe talk a little bit about what that looks like from a Leadership Wyoming bigger standpoint, and how this program fits in and how it's different from Leadership Wyoming.
Sure, that's a great question. And one our board is keeping tabs on too. For 23 years, we had one program for 40 people every year, and that's it. And that exclusiveness is actually important to our brand. And so we want to be careful about protecting that. That said, we also would argue that connecting with 40 people a year isn't changing the tide of civility and respect and the necessary leaders that we have. And we are turning away more people than we're accepting every year for that main program. And so when Amy came to us with this idea and we started to develop it, and then they asked, well, could you run it? At first we were like, well, we don't really do that. And then I was like, well, why don't we do that? Maybe we could do that. And it fit nicely with our strategic plan, which is that we want to be accessible and available to people and have programs for people who may not be able to commit to 9 months out of the year, 3 days a month for 9 months. And so the Academy really dovetailed perfectly, being in our lane of what we do well, but enough different that the programming was more focused on economic development. We went to different communities, we used different facilitators, and we asked questions of people who were in the cohort, does this feel different? And they said it does. It's a little less on the personal development side than Leadership Wyoming. So a little less kumbaya, which is maybe how I would say that. And a little more focus on economic development conversations, which in some ways is easier programming. I would say we got to deeper conversations about the topics we discussed faster because everyone in the room had experience in those topics. Where when we have a cohort of 40 people with widely vast experiences, sometimes it takes longer to get to that deeper place because you got to kind of get everybody on board. Whereas everybody in this room had been to a city council meeting. You know, we could talk about like, what are the housing challenges in your community because they know what they are. They're familiar with it. So, and then we were watching this year in our main cohort, would we see a drop in applicants? You know, we had a good number of applicants for the academy. So would we see a drop in applicants to the main program of like, oh, I can get the same result, the same touch point, and it costs less and takes less time. Maybe I'll just do the academy instead. And we didn't see a significant drop. We saw right in where we've been the last few years. So we feel good about that. We have a third program we're running again this fall, which is a women's cohort, one session in person, then several virtual sessions. And so this is where we think we are as a program of trying to reach the number of people we can meaningfully impact in a year at the size we are. And it feels like we're in a sweet spot. Currently not taking on more clients. Bandwidth is not excessive, but it feels like we have it to be able to sustain where we're at right now. As long as people can help bring food trays.
Okay, thank you for that distinction and explanation. That's really helpful. And with that, I think we'll thank you for being here. We really appreciate both of you being here and the work that you do to move the state forward. Having some personal experience gone through Leadership Wyoming, I know it matters. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks. Okay, next up, we have the Services Committee meeting. And Pam, I know you're online there.
I am. Thank you.
You can take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and all members of the board. Welcome Ryan to the board. Sorry, I'm not there at the last minute. I was not able to travel. So I'm super excited. We've got a lot on the agenda. We're actually part 1 and part 2 this morning. And the Services Committee is one integral part of the Business Council. As Josh was saying, you know, tools and resources to build the capacity. And so we're ready, I think, to move forward on broadband. This morning, I do want to say congratulations, Elena. I've known this lady for 16 years, and I'm excited to have worked with her, but I hope she enjoys time with her family. And we're going to miss you. And Sue, congratulations also on your retirement. So Brandon, I'm going to, I think, hand it over to you.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully I won't have to touch it again. Apparently I have to touch it again. Okay. Thank you, Chairman and Madam Co-Chair. That is the first time in my 17 years on May 28th that I've ever done that correctly. I just wanted to say thank you for all the kind wishes while I'm here. My last day is July 2nd. And so I am with the Business Council for a couple more months. And you know, every time we make one of these presentations, we think we're done with our presentation. In my case, Josh Durrell is really grateful when I'm done with my presentations. During the December 13th WBC board meeting, Charter Spectrum, or Charter, was awarded 3 projects in Fremont County for broadband expansion. As a result of ongoing discussions with BIA and local tribal representation, it was determined by Charter that securing the rights of way necessary to complete the projects would take longer than the period of performance of those awards. This was contrary to their pre-application investigation and review. As a result, Charter withdrew 2 awards totaling just over 5 million and revised its plan for Fremont One project, reducing the number of locations from 1,074 to 1,003. Are a reduction of about 6%. The 1,003 locations do not require tribal rights of way and can be completed within the period of performance. So what we did is we took the new project with the locations, the 70 locations, and rescored that. Turned out with the less, the money, the request being lower than the previous one, and the 70 locations out, the project scored the same as it did prior to that. So we are asking that we accept, well, in this case, we are accepting their return back of Fremont 2 and Fremont 3 and asking for the board's okay on the revision of Fremont 1. Previously unfunded projects are being considered by the broadband office for the distribution of the roughly $5 million and will be presented to services committee and the board at a later date. As we consider those projects down along the way, we have to do a deduplication on them at all times, not only with what we have awarded and making sure that our location IDs are not duplicated anywhere within the CPF. We have to run a deduplication on all federal awards. And there was another Reconnect award sent out by USDA. So it isn't just as easy to go down to the next one. We have to do that. And then not negotiate is not the best word, but we do have to recontact those applicants to see if they're still interested. For instance, if they're the next on the list, they scored the next highest, and we took away 80% of the addresses from another award, it may not cash flow for them to accept the next one on the list. So we are doing that as we go, keeping in mind always our scoring and making sure that we are evaluating those scores so that it is fair and we can, say a word, we can justify what we're doing. That's at all times. So with that, I will certainly entertain any questions or any explanations along the way that would clarify.
Do we have any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Elena or Brandon, and I asked a little bit of this during the committee meeting, but what happens to the Fremont County that is not getting the broadband? Is that completely off the table now? Will they be able to, because it's exciting to think that there's some broadband getting on that particular property. Is there more to come for that, or can they apply again later on? How does that, or can they apply to a broadband company later on? How does that work?
So at the risk of providing an answer that makes you have more questions, which is kind of my superpower. Yes, there are a lot of opportunities. This was, actually, Charter had a plan A and a plan B, and neither one of them came through. They had thought that they would be able to do a connection through another provider that had the ability to allow them to share space on their middle mile, and that did not work out did not work out. They were at capacity. So there's a program called RDOF, Rural Development Opportunity Fund, that is out there. And a lot of Fremont County was covered under that with Wind River Internet. There is what we are working on right now is CPF, which is Capital Projects Fund out of Treasury. The bead is still coming. That's that 348 million, and uh, that's from Commerce through NTIA. There is another USDA program called Reconnect, and about every year, sometimes twice, no, about every year they open up Reconnect. So that's available also. And then the provider's own investment can do that. So there's a lot of opportunity into the future besides just CPF. CPF turned out for us to be about a $70.5 million investment. And when you compare that with BEAD at 348 million with a 25% match, there's a lot of opportunity out there. And then you bet.
Madam
Any other-
Commissioner, another question here from Elaine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Elena, when you say sites, are you talking about homes? Are you talking about businesses? Are you talking about hubs like libraries and schools? What is the in site?
And I don't say this very much, but that's a great question. What we have in our formula, we're looking for BSLs. Those are broadband serviceable locations. And under that BSL is the distinctions. We can have a residence is one type of BSL. Another type is a business. And another type is what we call a CAI, or a community anchor institution. And that would be libraries, hospitals, town halls, and that provide a community service. And that CAI was not really defined very well, and the state got the opportunity to define that. If you would have looked, the CPF was kind of a trial run for the BEAD that's coming down. And we spent a lot of time on CAIs, knowing that in smaller communities, especially that parking lot outside the library can be very, very important. I know I spend a fair amount of time in it as I travel through trying to get connectivity. So we got in the CPF the freedom to give credit or more points to those type of hookups than BEAD will allow. So what I'd say is it's BSLs. And when we did our mapping exercise with Lightbox, and we continue to do it with the FCC and the updates and all of that, we are making sure that we're trying, and Wyoming has an easier job than Texas or New York, but we're trying to make sure that the BSL is to your home and not to the barn. Even though the barn is still if you're dairy, that's very important to have service there, but it's by address that we're working with, because we figure we get it that far, we can get it wouldn't be too hard to get it further than that.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So percentage wise, how many are community endpoints and how many are home endpoints?
I have no idea. The majority, of course, are residential. And then there's far more businesses than there are CAIs. There's 99 communities in Wyoming. And when you start looking at fire stations and libraries and things like that, so you can take that 99 and probably multiply it maybe by 2 or 3 or 4 to get those, would be my best guess, talking off the top of my head, which is really dangerous.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes, Pam, we have one from Mr. Lance.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair. Elena, you'd mentioned
with regard to the two applications that were turned back, that there were right-of-way issues. Are those local issues, localized issues within the reservation or the tribal area? Or is it more global across all of the footprint of the reservation?
Tribes are recognized as sovereign nations. And so I guess it would be localized, but the issue is a pattern we see across the United States. I've attended the tribal conference, missed the last one, but it is a issue that the tribes are taking seriously and trying to make it, recognizing that too much or the barrier to entry is too high, then effectively they have negatively impacts the people of the reservations.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Co-Chair?
I'm not seeing any in this room, Madam Committee Chair.
Okay. At this time, then can I have a motion to accept may I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to approve the contract for charter communication?
Madam Chair, this is Chuck Kenyon. I would make that motion.
And a second?
I'll second. This is Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other discussion? So I call for a vote. Please say in favor of aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Committee Chair, if I might, just before Elena leaves, pile on in heap praise on the work that Elena's done in the last couple of years running our broadband programs. When we were in the midst of knowing we were going to receive literally hundreds of millions of dollars in broadband funding and found ourselves without a broadband manager, I think Amy Grenfell and I both collectively were trying to make sure we saved enough money for the impending heart surgeries that we were going to need and potentially aneurysm fixes, knowing what was coming at us and knowing neither of us had ever ran a broadband program or anything of this scale. And what we've found recently and even over the last couple of years is with Elena's ability to take control of what's going on in these programs that are extremely complicated and extremely, if I might say, somewhat obnoxious, extremely somewhat, that the level of detail required from the federal government and compliance with what they want, which they're also going to change in the middle of the application. Anyway, Elena's ability to wrangle that has been just astounding and has kept us extraordinarily confident that we are on top of it going forward. We're regularly in the top tier of states when it comes to where you are in the application process and the approval process and compliance with all the fun things that are required of the different agencies administering this. And that is because we have the correct person in the broadband manager role. So thanks, Elena. We can't appreciate that more, your work there. So anyway, just want to reiterate, she is not leaving until sometime in July. So call her still for a couple months. Definitely not me.
Don't call, I don't answer the phone. Email me. Last night, for those of you who are gathered, I know when I took this job, I wanted to be interim, and it wasn't really a part of the offer that they gave me. But listening to the stories, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, because that I didn't quite remember it, how you all remembered it, but it has been fun. I have learned so much. And now I'm just going to leave you on your own. I'm kidding. It's been a great ride. Thanks.
Again, wholeheartedly, good luck on your new adventure, Elena. Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thayer, and thank you both. We are moving along to the Strategy Standing Committee, and Committee Chair, Mr. Smith.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think strategy is firmly in the middle of a services committee sandwich this meeting, so we'll do our best to be the good meat between the two pieces of bread. Strategy committee's been really fun getting started this year. Primarily because with the successes of the Business Council on a strategic level, we're really at this point where we're not just looking internally at what's the strategy of the Business Council itself, but really externally and how we can help that progression move forward and really take bold steps forward in the spirit of economic development. And just a little adjustment that Ms. Fitzgerald and I, discussed and worked with the committee on is really knowing this need for some quicker movement and input, and quite frankly, having a ringer of a committee with a fantastic slate of members, trying to leverage them. We really decided to add and try out some shorter meetings kind of on a monthly basis as a 45-minute hour kind of brainstorming workshop session for the staff to come to the board members and get their thoughts, get their opinions, and workshop it, and then be able to move forward. And to be able to foster that kind of collaboration once a quarter doesn't really cut it. So really excited to try this out, see how it goes. Our first meeting was great, even though schedules made it that everyone was on and off and sideways and upways, but went really well, and really excited to keep the feedback going and feed into what Sarah and I both are kind of looking at as the infinite flywheel, where it's your development spins into your operations and you go back and forth. So with that, I know Ms. Fitzgerald has a lot more to discuss with that, so I will hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. I'm so excited to be here today because as the committee chair said, the Wyoming Business Council's strategy is in a really cool place in terms of how we are executing it. And we're really ready to just take a lot of action. And speaking of which, we're going to put our action items at the beginning of the strategy committee's agenda. And so we're going to talk through a couple contracts first. And Ben, if you don't mind pulling up some slides, I think that would be useful for us. Can you flip it to the next one? This isn't working. Okay. And then the next one, please. Yep. Oh. Technical difficulties. There we go. Okay. All right. So we've got two contracts for you to review today. These are both in your board books. We went through, I believe, 7 contracts in the committee meeting, but most of those were under the $100,000 threshold. But I wanted to bring that and highlight that for the board, because a lot of the contracts, or really all of the contracts that we're looking at in strategy, are designed to seed capabilities and build our team of thousands. And so we talked through a few communications contracts with the committee, all designed to really bring more people into the way that we are working and build that team of thousands. And we'll need your approval for the scope of work for the public relations contract today. We also talked through several contracts around specifically building capabilities and capacity. And those include with the State Chamber of Commerce and with the Wyoming Economic Development Association. And Brett Kaler, I think he's at our Building State Capabilities workshop today. But you all got to meet Brett. He's relatively new in his position as the executive director for WEDA. And we're really excited for the direction that he plans to take that association in. And really wanted to help seed some things for him to help make that association more meaningful for its members and ultimately self-sustaining. And that's a theme that we're really trying to foster with folks around the state. Finally, we talked through our contract for data and analysis support for strategic work streams. Our contractor there is the Center for Business and Economic Analysis. That's a center that is housed at the University of Wyoming College of Business. And it's got a team of economists who have the analytical and data know-how, as well as the access to data sets that we need to support the strategic work streams that we're working on. That contract, again, is really focused on building those capabilities for sustainability for the long run. We know that in order to continue the way that we're working with rigor and data and action on a short-term and quick basis, we need more capabilities. We need to build a stronger team that has those capabilities, and we need to be able to integrate that team in a really seamless way. And so the two contracts that you see in front of you are continuations, both continuations of relationships that we've had in the past, but just with some small, tiny tweaks to focus more on building the team of thousands. So in the PR contract with 3 Elephant, there's a little bit more emphasis on campaigns. And so the features of those campaigns are to really bring interpersonal relationships in, build the team of thousands. So with a really intentional and deliberate approach to those campaigns. And then with the CBEA, the small tweak there is emphasizing more ad hoc analyses and more sort of just-in-time work rather than reports, rather than kind of having an endpoint and a starting point. We never really do in the work that we are doing. And so we've changed the scope of work to reflect that quick iteration of that quick iteration in our approach. So today, what our staff recommendation is to approve the use of funds for each of these contracts, and you'll need to take them separately, I believe, as separate motions. But our recommendation is to approve the use of funds for each of these contracts for the scopes of work that are proposed that are in your board book.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. We'll go with the order that's on the agenda here. So we'll start with the CBEA first, if that's all right, Ms. Grunfeld. So we'll proceed there. Do I have a motion to approve the funding for the CBEA?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Fantastic. Motion and seconded. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Tomas.
I do have a question. How does this CBDA mesh or coordinate with the other programs that are available through all of our different sections of the work that we are doing, and such as Pathways to Prosperity and different things like that? Do they all coordinate? How do they work?
Yes, they, excuse me, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and Ms. Tomasi, they all do coordinate. And like I said, what we're really trying to do is build the capabilities to continue Pathways to Prosperity on our own in the state without out-of-state support from the Growth Lab or anyone else. Right now, the CBEA is, like I said, they've got incredible analytical capability. They're used to having a starting point and an endpoint and a specific outcome that they're looking for. And so really what our goal with this scope of work is to help them and us integrate better, if that makes sense. So the idea is to help them build the capabilities that we're currently getting from the Growth Lab so that we can use them to support our Pathways to Prosperity work.
Thank you.
And I guess just a self remark, I think it's neat where this is aiming towards in terms of being more ad hoc and more adjusting. So as we're moving quickly and coming up with new problems we didn't know existed, really setting them up for success to be able to support that and to support those efforts, that's huge. And to me, I think personally, that's why I think this is important. Any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So who receives who is analyzed? What is analyzed? But is this individuals coming to the university and saying, just, I want to move forward, but I'm this far away. What can I change? What are those the kind of questions that are asked, and who asks them?
No, really, really good question, Mr. Committee Chair and Ms. Harvey. Yeah, excellent question. So the answer to that question is the people doing the work in the strategic work streams. So in our workforce work stream, in our complexity work streams, those teams are made up of business council folks from partners. And so we are able to come to the folks at the CBA and say, hey, you know what, we have this question around complexity around economic complexity. We need to understand how we create more agglomeration based on the data that we have so far. And so we come to them with these sort of open-ended questions, and with their analytical expertise, they're able to say, well, maybe this data set can help us, and maybe this way of analyzing that data set can help us. Let's try it and see what we get. And so they're working within our P2P workstream teams, as a short answer. Does that help?
Absolutely.
How many students are involved?
That's another great question, Ms. Harvey. So we have one dedicated research economist at the University of Wyoming who is dedicated to working on our strategic work streams. But we also are able to pull expertise from across the UW Department of Economics. So faculty is involved. And we have one dedicated graduate student as well. So we've got one dedicated research economist, one dedicated graduate student, and then we are able to pull from expertise across the Department of Economics.
Mr. Lance.
Mr. Co-Chair, Sarah, thank you. One of the things we talked about the other day is capacity at the university generally. I'm pleased to see this is an opportunity to build that capacity, going back to the CEO's report on the importance of that in communities writ broadly. What is the next step? Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we're one deep on a lot of these positions. And from yesterday's strategy session, we're building a team. We have our guide, we have our doctor, we have all. How do we then make that into a more dynamic and growing team to build true capacity, not only with the personnel, but with the tools there?
Excellent question, Mr. Lance, Mr. Committee Chair. Yeah, that's a really, really good question because, like I said, the Center for Business and Economic Analysis, these are super talented, very smart economists. And that's what they are. They're economists. They're not folks who develop policy, and they're pretty clear on that. They don't feel comfortable in their skill set developing policy. They don't necessarily develop leadership solutions or investment solutions for us. And so this is only one piece of that team. And we're still missing some of those capabilities. And so we are talking with others at the university, including in the political science department, to help kind of augment that team and building it in-house in our own capabilities as well. Definitely a work in progress and under construction.
Fantastic. Any more questions? Seeing none, I think we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Fantastic. And then on to our next contract for 3 Elephant Public Relations. Do we have a motion to approve at the $200,000 as recommended?
Mr. Chairman, this is Joe. I will move approval.
So Fantastic. So we've got a motion from Dr. Schaefer and and a second from Ms. Johnson. Any discussion around the 3-elephant contract?
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, sir.
One, in the scope of work, it references annual BRC report. I'm sorry, but is that new? Or is that something already in circulation as well?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Committee Chair, that is not new. So that is something that we are required to provide to the legislature on an annual basis. And 3-elephant helps us produce that so that we can use it to the best of our ability to help people understand the BRC program and understand the outcomes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Any further questions? Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move to vote on this as well. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Fantastic. Then on to Sarah. I think you wanted to discuss a little further of strategy and where we're headed now that we're through the votes.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I do. I want to just recap a little bit of what we did yesterday, since we had a cool little group here, but not everybody was able to make it to our workshop yesterday with the Building State Capabilities team, who is in town working with 4 different teams from communities at a separate location in Casper. It's not secret or anything, but they're not here. They're doing other stuff. But we did have the pleasure of working with them yesterday on a workshop, and they walked us through a couple of exercises. And first, I'll remind everybody, because I tell everybody this every time I talk, but really the core of our strategy is 2 things: our problem, like Josh talked about, and our purpose. Our problem is that the activities in the state are not positioned to sustain a high quality of life across the state. And the flip of that is our purpose: to create new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites. And we all got a chance to talk through that a little bit yesterday. And we highlighted some of the reasons why that problem exists. So there's several different reasons. Our workers can't find the good jobs that they need. And at the same time, our businesses can't find the workers that they need. We all have felt that in our lives. We also communities can't keep and attract people here. And the features aren't suited, especially for youth in a lot of communities across the state. And then finally, sort of the foundational problems to these main 4 problems are that our communities don't have the know-how that they need to develop their own economies. And they also don't have the funds to develop their own economies. And so they're reliant on the state to do that. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. We got a chance to think through what that means to us. If we can solve those problems, what does it mean in our lives? But then before we get to that sort of answer part, I wanted to highlight what we did with Matt and Salima yesterday. So we went through two exercises. The first one was, let's figure out how to get from St. Louis to LAX using all of the modern conveniences that we have today. So the year is 2024. It's today. We're starting in St. Louis. We've got a car and we need to get to LAX. How do we do that? And then we juxtapose that with making a similar journey in 1804. This is the one that Lewis and Clark set out on. So we had no map, we had no Google, we have very little. We know there's a coast somewhere because a ship has sailed the other way around the earth to get there, but we don't know how to get there. And I want to invite anybody from the board to recap what were the 2 different outcomes of those 2 different scenarios.
Well, I'll say a little bit about it. In the first part, it of course was, we had certainty. We knew where we were going. We had Google Maps. We had a beginning and an end. We had all the things that that were needed to go. In the second part, where we didn't even know where the coast was, we discussed we needed all these people to surround us to help us get to where we were going, and had to have many, many plans and provisions and things like that. So two entirely different scenarios.
Very, very nice recap, Ms. Tomasi. When Matt wrapped up this exercise, something struck me. He said, most governments have the 1804 problem. It's called a complex problem, but they try to apply the capabilities that we have in 2024. They try to say, here, we've got to start, we've got an end, and we're going to take these steps and we're going to accomplish that. And they develop line item budgets to reflect that and do a lot of those activities. When he said that, I was like, I know somebody who's done that before. And her name is me. And so I wanted to bring us back and do a little bit of a history lesson to add to Josh's history lesson from this morning. Back in 2019, and we talked about this at the last time we met, back in 2019, when we adopted the state's economic development strategy, we developed this approach of executing the strategy. It's called the balanced scorecard. I used it in my previous job. It's something that is a best practice. People use it to execute the strategy. And there are several steps. You develop clear objectives, you could develop metrics, you develop solutions for each of those, how you're going to meet those metrics. And then you assign budgets to that, and you assign people to that, and you do it. And then we had this giant spreadsheet with budget, and that was our 2020 budget. Amy and I went before JAC when we were in the middle of a CEO transition and said, here's what we're going to do. It was super fun. But so we started doing that, and then 2020 happened. And luckily, everybody was kind of waking up to this idea that not all problems are the same. Not all problems have a defined start and a defined end. Not all solutions are super clear. When I was in oil and gas, when I used the balanced scorecard, we were exploring, but we knew that we were probably going to drill a well. We knew how much that was going to cost, and we knew the chances of success on those wells. That wasn't the case for us. That was more of a simple problem. Instead, what we're dealing with at the Business Council and in Wyoming is maybe it's a complex problem where there are many different causes and many different solutions. And when you solve something, it causes another problem. It's probably more like the bottom picture. It's probably more like a wicked problem, because we do know some of the causes, all of those 6 that we talked through yesterday, but there are others out there that we don't even know about yet. And so it takes a really different approach to execution. However, like Josh was talking about, the good thing about our problems is that they're chicken and egg problems. Now, you might think, isn't that another bad thing? Doesn't that make it harder to solve? Yes, it does make it harder to solve. But if you're like us and you want to solve these problems and you work for the government, that's kind of exciting, because that's where the government can step in and help push on one of those eggs, make an omelet, pick a chicken, whatever cute analogy you want to use there. How we do that is the flywheel. So we try to identify the problems that we have. We work to test them every day in a really iterative way, just like we are working with the CBA to do with us. And one of the challenges that we're experiencing right now, we've been working with this flywheel approach. One of the challenges that we're experiencing right now is, I loved Mandy's analogy of being inside the jar and you can't see the label from inside the jar. And so we're working across divisions at the Business Council. We're working with partners across the state. We're working with communities across the state. And what we're doing is we're working on these work streams. We're working on workforce. We're working on complexity. We're working on all these different strategic work streams. And at the same time, Others are working on their day-to-day activities. And so there's kind of two jars that are going on right now. And what we haven't really been able to do super well yet, there are some notable exceptions to this. But what we haven't really been able to do extremely well yet is to make that crossover for our work streams to impact what's going on the day-to-day basis, and vice versa for the people who are working inside those jars, those like small businesses, like Mandy highlighted, the people who are running our investments at the Business Council, the people who are running programs at the Department of Workforce Services or the Department of Family Services or at the University of Wyoming. We need input from those entities, and they need to help us do the development too. So what we're trying to do is really create crossovers between what's going on an everyday basis and what's going on in strategic work streams, and helping those two sides of the equation really communicate with each other, helping people hop out of the jar and look over into the other direction. And what Derek was talking about earlier is really where we would love to take the strategy committee going forward. So the strategy committee is helping to take our work from the work streams, all of the strategic work that we're doing at the Business Council, and push it into action. And so we're using the team. You could call our strategy committee, who is made up of all of these different people. They're the doctor, they're the vet, they're the people that we bring on our 1804 journey with us. And we're helping them use their skills to workshop new ideas in policy, investment, and leadership. So with that, I want to kind of conclude this. I looked at your cards from yesterday, even though you didn't give me permission. So I'm sorry, I kind of was spying on you. But I looked at all the cards from yesterday where you wrote down, what does this problem mean for you in your life when it is solved? And I'll read these to you because it is pretty small. But here's what it means to us. People can achieve their ambitions in the place they want to call home. Employers can find and keep the team they need to create businesses they are proud of. Communities grow and people become more connected. Our community's features are magnets for young people. Wyoming and our communities have the know-how, systems, and statewide community to accomplish the purpose. And last but certainly not least, maybe most foundational, is communities have resources to develop their own future. With that, I think we'll call it a day. I'm happy to answer any questions, you guys, or anything else to add. I would welcome comments as well.
Well, I think first of all, fantastic summary and a great approach and great effort on where this is going and truthfully how we're going to get there. Starting to bring that doctor and the vet and the mechanic in essence together to come to the solutions. But Mr. Mossy, I think you had thought.
I do. Thank you, Derek. So Sarah, I heard from some of the community members that were there yesterday that now they kind of understand where they're supposed to go and what they're going to do. And I'm sure today will be another great day of learning and how to collaborate, et cetera. And I think Matt and his team did a great job. So, but two regional directors were involved in this. And let me ask you a question. Will the other regions will they get the opportunity to do this also? Because you could see that there's a concentric circle of understanding and of, oh, I'm supposed to do this. How can I overcome this? You know, these naysayers, et cetera. And how is this practically going to work as far as our own team, as far as the Business Council team goes?
Excellent question, Ms. Tomasi, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, so there are 4 regional directors who are involved in today's workshop. So there are 4 different community teams. There's North Lincoln County, South Lincoln County, and then 2 teams from Natrona County. And so Kylie and Drew are 2 of those regional directors who will be helping those teams. But since there are 4, Heather and Brandy are also going to be involved. So those are the 4 teams that we're starting with. And the regional directors will be acting as coaches. So they're not going to be on the team. What they're learning today is how to coach folks to work in this really iterative 1804 style of working. So that's where we're starting with. We're starting with those 4 teams. We'll have 3 to 4 more teams throughout the engagement with the Building State Capabilities group. And those will involve other regional directors as well as really, really key other state partners. So we're actually picking those teams not based on what the problem they are working on is, but how we can involve the most people we possibly can in this engagement, with the idea that we're training coaches within the business council so that we can then kind of spread from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So will Matt and his team come back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. They will come back in August and October, I believe, but those dates are to be determined. So.
Thank you.
Great questions, Mr. Tomasi. Any more questions for Sarah? Well, fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. I think with that, we'll hand it over to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. I've done a couple stints on the strategy committee, and I think this changing the cadence of those meetings is a really wise move to.
Agreed. Definitely excited to be able to take that and really provide some better real-time feedback as opposed to waiting to a quarter to be able to talk about things. So really excited, and we'll let everybody know how the year progresses with how that goes and where we end up.
Very good. Thank you. Next on the agenda, I believe, is a break. So we'll break now and let's reconvene at 10 after 10:10. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Next up, for the second time, we have Pam Thayer, Ms. Thayer for the Services Committee.
Yes, part two. We are back. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for assisting today in being my additional eyes. So we are going to start with the Wyoming Women's Business Center contract, and I will hand it over to you, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Yeah, Board of Directors, we are requesting your approval today for our contract with the Wyoming Women's Business Center. This is a relationship, obviously, that we've had for several years. The programs they are offering have gone through significant changes in the last couple of years, all for the better. We continue to be impressed with where their programming is headed, where it's been and what it's doing, offering to the smallest of companies in Wyoming through their services. In your board packet, you'll see the scope of work for this contract. We brought this contract to this meeting specifically wanting to discuss it because the ask of funding is significant compared to past years. We are asking for $601,616 for a 2-year contract with Wyoming Women's Business Center. This is funding that we received at the last legislative session that was run through in our budget. So legislature also, I guess, acknowledged the good work that the Wyoming Women's Business Center does with that. With that, before I really say anything that ruins everything or misleads, Wendy Fanning, the executive director of the Wyoming Women's Business Center, is on with us via Zoom, and I will have her explain to you all the work that they do and answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, and Madam Committee Chair and the WBC Board of Directors. Thank you for hosting me this morning. I am really proud of the direction that the WWBC is taking. We have expanded our programming to really reach that socioeconomic struggling entrepreneur. Our education, we are onboarding close to 60 new clients a month that will go through our intake process and either be paired with our education program or our microloan program. You know, I think the most important thing is that we really look at a client as a nonprofit organically and authentically. We stay with them through the whole process of their growth and expansion. We supported close to 1,134 entrepreneurs last year in 2023. We've also expanded our program to include a mental health aspect. You know, the clients that we serve many times are struggling with not only financial trauma, but other traumas that come from that demographic. And so we want, you know, we're dedicated to sustainability and helping, you know, be successful. You know, we want to make our communities and leave our communities better than we found them. And we're doing that one small business at a time. But I would love to open it up for questions from the board if they have any for me at this time.
Are there any questions for Wendy at this time from the board? Okay. Brandon, anything else before I call for a motion?
I don't believe so, Committee Chair.
Okay, so can I have a motion to accept the recommendation, staff's recommendation to approve the Wyoming Women's Business Center contract for $601,616?
Madam Committee Chair, you got a first from, I think, Kathy, and a second
Okay.
from Elaine.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations, Wendy. Thank you for the amazing work you do, and thank you for the data and the information on how many you served in 2023. Keep up the amazing work.
Well, thank you so much. We're all here because we love Wyoming, and it's a pleasure to be in this state and work for our rural communities. So thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you. Brandon, next on the agenda is we have a contract for the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR, matching program funding.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Before we start, Taylor asked me a few minutes ago to say really nice things about him, like we had done earlier for Elena. So no, but I do want you all to know and see these contracts coming up for your consideration. There's been multiple years of work put into developing where we are today, where we're ready to ask for a significant increase in the amount of funding we're putting into our SBIR matching program, where we are looking at the contract for statewide incubation services, and then also asking for mapping contract to map the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem. This is all a result of the work Taylor's been doing for the last couple of years to understand our system, understand the gaps that we have there, then find the solutions to these problems. So I think it's probably been a long slog without a lot of declarable wins, but we're hoping you'll grant some wins today and can really go forward. But really, this is all planned and designed fantastically by Taylor. So I'm going to give it to him. And just one piece of clarity before we go into this first thing on the SBIR, we're actually asking for a bulk authorization to spend, not a specific contract on that, is what we've done in past years, is do an annual spending plan. So
thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, thank you so much today. Brandon, thank you for your remarks. It really has been a slog, if we can use a word for it. One that I'm really proud to be a part of, honestly. I think really meaningful work takes a long time, and I'm really happy and proud today to bring what I feel is really meaningful work that we can really utilize as a mechanism for creating positive change in our entrepreneurial ecosystem across the state. We have a number of things that I'd like to walk you through today, starting with our SBIR grant, and then subsequently we'll go into a mapping contract, and as well as our incubation services RFP contract as well. So getting started, I'm not even following my own slides, so sorry about that. Getting started, I wanted to give you a bit of an overview of how the SBIR program works. For some of you who may not be familiar, it's a federal program and it gets a little nuanced. So I wanted to provide a little bit of context because I know that that's important and sometimes gets lost. So the federal SBIR matching grant program is a program that is offered by participating federal agencies to incentivize small businesses doing innovation, research and development to support those efforts specifically for commercialization. So these federal agencies offer matching grants in the form of two main phases. Phase one is really a mechanism to support proof of concept level ideas at a shorter time frame, at a lower dollar amount. So that really looks like anywhere from 6 to 12 month projects that are anywhere from $50,000 to $275,000. And again, this is on the federal side. So from there, companies are able to take those ideas and continue to incubate and further them in the technological development process, utilizing the phase two match. And that is a lot more intensive typically. And so those companies have a greater opportunity for funding at that level. And because of that, it also tends to take a little bit more time. So at phase two levels, you tend to see that these matching grants are anywhere up from 12 to 24 months. Typically 24 months is the standard. And then those dollar amounts on the federal side are $750,000 up to $1.8 million. We are seeing growth and maturation in the SBIR world on the federal side. And that looks like expansion of what I call post phase two programs. And that really, they typically are calling them phase three And that's an umbrella term for a variety of different programs that some of these participating agencies are developing. So even within the program that has been established for really decades, on the federal side, they are being innovative and creating change in their own process and opportunities to support these businesses. And I'll touch on that here in a little bit. But right now, at the Business Council, what we do is we really look at those phase 1 and phase 2 companies, and we match we have the ability to match companies that are able to obtain phase 1 and phase 2 projects on the federal side. So we don't really work with them until they have obtained these funds from the federal agencies. Our matching grant goes up to $100,000 for phase 1s and up to $200,000 for phase 2s. So that's where our program sits right now. Now, I want to take a step back, or maybe not a step back, but a step up at a higher level and look at our program from across the timeline that we have been running it. So since 2018, we've been able to have investments totaling 47 across 27 companies. So really what that indicates is that the same companies are going through that pipeline successfully and obtaining more federal funds to continue their research and commercializing efforts. On the state side, we've been able to allocate $6,557,000 of investments into those companies across those 47 different investments into those 27 companies. On the federal side, that number looks a lot higher. $24.7 million of funding has been provided to these companies for those projects that we are matching against. So really what this looks like is for every $0.26 that we spend, the federal government is providing $1 to those companies. So for every 26 cents that we invest, the federal government is investing $1. So I bring that up because I think it's really important to look at how we're able to leverage opportunities in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and particularly on the investment side. Next, I want to walk through a little bit more of how we look at this program as a whole and how we're assessing its performance. 191 is the number of jobs that we have directly created through this program. Those are full-time jobs, not even including part-time and internships, but 191 direct jobs over the course of this program, 5.5, 6 years. The wages for those jobs comes out to being $27.65 an hour, or just over $57,000 annualized salary. And that includes both high and entry-level wages. So that number tends to get dropped a little bit. 57,000 is, again, an average. We tend to see these jobs being a lot higher. At least $80,000 tend to be $120,000 wages. Again, so this is incorporated in those entry-level wages as well. Sometimes these companies will hire on individuals from the university setting, and so they can take advantage of a lower wage while also paying higher wages for those full-time, long-term staffed individuals like co-founders. So it's important to look at that. I also really think it's important to look at the success of these companies versus the success of a standard company in the United States. When we look at the success of our companies that are participating in the program, we see that 88% of our companies are still operational after 10 years of business versus the national average, which is 35%. So we're seeing that our companies are able to really utilize the funding for on the federal side as well as the state side to continue growing and scaling. And this allows them to have a better chance at success, which we all know the valley of death is a real thing. And that 88% success rate over 10 years, I think, does a really good job of highlighting the importance of a program like this. When we started looking at this, the success of this program within the last year, we really wanted to understand that better, especially particularly as it relates to those phase 3 programs that I was mentioning before, and looking at opportunities for us to be able to continue growing and expanding this program, knowing that this is one of our best investment vehicles at the Business Council. we have an incredible opportunity to create high-paying jobs and wages while also importantly diversifying our economy in areas that are fairly organic. We're just supporting companies that already have the ability, the propensity to conduct this research and build a company. So we're incentivizing those companies to stay and grow here. So as we look forward, what I really want to emphasize is that we have this opportunity in front of us, and we recognized this last fall as well. And we asked the legislature for additional funding to be able to bolster this program. We're very grateful for them to be able to actually say yes to that. They provide an additional $12 million of funding for our for the fiscal year 25-26 biennium, on top of our annually or our regularly allocated $5 million of funding. So we currently have, for the fiscal biennium years 25 and 26, we have $17 million of funding for this program, which is a huge step in the right direction. This gives us the ability to really take strides in a program that we really feel is strongly impacting our company's ability to grow and scale. So with that, we do have program goals for this upcoming year as we look to expand that program. That looks like more recruitment efforts. We're trying to look at expanding what an expansion of this program for those phase 3 projects, really focusing on the commercialization side of these companies and how we can better support those companies and incentivize them to grow and scale here in Wyoming. So with that, the request for today is that we allocate $7 million of our $17 million for the fiscal year 25 year, so that we can continue incentivizing these companies and look at expanding that. So really the ask is that we can use the 7 million of our biennium's 17 total. And I can stand for questions on any of that.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, it looks like Ms. Harvey has one.
Okay. So excuse me, the budget request was for $7,000.
7 million.
Yes, I'm sorry, 7 million. And what you received was 17. Does that reflect that there are more businesses going into phase 3? Or are these, or are there more businesses, a larger volume of businesses that are in the first 2 phases?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Harvey, for your question. We're seeing a lot of change in the program, both on the federal side and within the state. Within the federal side, there continues to be more of those phase 3 or post phase 2 programs being developed. I have a really good example for you. There's a company that does aerospace technology, specifically on the software and hardware side. So they're developing products specifically for NASA. They have already been on for, I think, interstellar space missions. And that company has successfully navigated the entirety of our program. So we max out a company's ability to continue on in our program by allowing them 4 matching grant opportunities over the lifetime of the company. So they came to us this last year saying that, you know, this is our 4th and final request. And they were happy to announce at that time that they were taking advantage of a post phase 2 program as well. So they were able to enter into a newly created program from NASA that allowed them, or Space Force, I guess, depending on how you look at it, that allowed them to access a significant amount of funding for their commercialization efforts, specifically towards those space missions. And so we're seeing instances like that continue to evolve, where companies that have successfully maintained their ability to grow and scale here in Wyoming using our program are now moving into those phase 3 programs that are either well-established or newly established. We're seeing just a number of changes on both of those fronts.
Any other questions from the board?
Sorry. And the microphone would help. So this is public money. And in some communities, people in charge of the local funding say, if it's such a good idea and such a good business, why isn't private industry doing it and doing it on their own? Is there private funding available for this kind of, or for the kind of businesses that you support?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Harvey. That's a very good question. When we look at the dynamics of heavy technology research and development, it tends to be very, very capital intensive. And so it often is not incentivized in the private industry, the private sector, because of its heavy research and development, the heavy amount of cost associated with research and development. Typically, what we see in the private sector is that these companies that are doing a lot of R&D are going after venture capital, which dilutes their company. So this is an opportunity for companies to take advantage of non-dilutive funding, which maintains ownership, their stake and ownership in the company, which is really good for us because that means that the ownership of the company for the companies that we support in Wyoming through this program actually stays in Wyoming instead of being diluted out to other states. Not always, it's not necessarily black and white in the sense that that's a bad thing. When venture capital does come in, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does offer companies the ability to maintain their stakeholdership in their own companies.
So what is the public benefit?
The public,
Funding public money. What's the public benefit?
thank you, Ms. Harvey. The public benefit for this program is the jobs and wages that are created. These are typically jobs that we would never see otherwise. And so I'm really, I guess, proud of the federal government for offering this type of program, and for us as a state to be able to incentivize these companies to grow and scale here. And again, this very well could be, as we look to expand this program, this could be a truly one-of-a-kind program in the country. So this could be a great opportunity for us to attract companies as well. It's really, it's a lot easier for us to attract a smaller company that's less established when they're younger. And so when we look at the public benefit, we look at the know-how that these companies are generating, the technology that they're generating, the IP that they're generating, the jobs and wages that are associated with those companies as they grow. I hope that answers your question.
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
It's a two-part, or well, it's maybe even off the thing a little bit, but Taylor, is there still a phase 0?
Yes.
And where does the funding from that come?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Law. There is a phase 0, and that exists at the state level with our partners over at the Small Business Development Center. Kelly is the one that runs that program, and she does a fantastic job. So she really looks at phase 0 is pre-federal. So we're sort of a state sandwich, if you will. So phase 0 is the top of the bun, or maybe it's the bottom, depending on how you look at it. But that's an opportunity, a $5,000 granting opportunity for companies to take advantage of, that allows them to offset some of the costs associated with the amount of time that it takes and energy that it takes to create a federal application to receive the federal funds. So should they receive that grant, they can take 6 months or however long it takes to go through the process of creating an application. They can then get hopefully funded through the federal agency. And then at the state, we come back top or bottom bun, depending on how you look at it. We get to come in and support them at a higher level to continue. We specifically are aimed at growing jobs and wages here in the state with our funds. So the phase 0 is sort of the first part in that step in that process. And the SBDC are the great folks that run that program.
Thank you. That clarifies that. I hadn't heard too much about phase 0, but I know it's a small grant, but it can be pretty important for somebody that's a budding entrepreneur. Last, not really a question, but a comment. I think the manufacturing ecosystem that's been created in Sheridan has been amazing in terms of job retention and quality of life. Kinnan Products is probably a poster child of the SBIR program footprint in Sheridan, and it's been highly, highly successful.
Kennan's been a great company to work with.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Any other questions for Taylor?
Madam Committee Chair, this is Brandon. If you don't mind, I'd like to add to
Sure.
this discussion. One thing I think that's really important to acknowledge, we just talked with or about Jill Klein being here, the director of the Small Business Development Center. One of the contracts that you approved earlier this morning was for the overall operations of the SBDC for the next 2 years. They administer the SBIR program for the state of Wyoming, working with companies as they prepare to be ready to apply for these funds, and then with them alerting them to all the different opportunities that are out there from the federal government. So important piece of the cog, what we're trying to do here is draw a full, basically make sure that the path for entrepreneurs in Wyoming is complete, that there's no gaps in the road or giant potholes. So this kind of completes that part of that system. So thanks for showing today, Jill. We do appreciate that. And I think it's just important to acknowledge the different cogs, I guess, in our system there. And one thing too, just for clarity on the SBIR program, and I think the use of government funding, it's really important, I think, to see the SBIR program funded by the federal government isn't willy-nilly research funds for the sake of research. It's a program where the agencies of the federal government are required to contract with small business for their specific research needs. And so it's not research, whatever you want to, we'll fund it. It's, we need this, we need a missile loading system, we need some level of biological research. Federal government is actually purchasing research through this program from the small businesses around the country. We have the awesome opportunity with the matching funds to make sure that those companies are Wyoming companies in the long term, and that they can commercialize versus just being research perpetually. So great opportunity, but I just wanted to add some clarity in all of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that additional information. Any other questions before I call for a motion? And again, this is for matching program funding authorization request. Okay, can I have a motion to accept staff's recommendation to approve the funding authorization request?
So moved.
Seconded.
Sounds like I have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Having heard none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, the next thing we have on the agenda is our Source Link contract. And Taylor and Brandon, you're up again.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. So I wanted to take another step up, if you will. So the way that I look at my work is that I have an opportunity to do a wide breadth of work. And some of that looks like what you just saw with the SBIR matching program, where I get to work directly with companies. That's a very specific problem that we're trying to solve, and working with those companies as a mechanism for us to solve that direct problem. When I started at the Business Council, I thought it was mostly ecosystem development, and that is a significant part of the role as well. And what that really looks like is taking a look at the high level of Wyoming's entrepreneurial ecosystem and understanding where we are doing well and where we might need to cause some pressure, right? And so when we do that, we have to have a process that we utilize to be able to understand that ecosystem as a whole, really from the big picture. Where are we able to apply pressure so that we can create change? And when we do that, there are a couple mechanisms that we take advantage of. A lot of it is through conversation, just meeting with local stakeholders, with ecosystem developers as well, people doing work specifically with the entrepreneurs. And then we also talk to the startups themselves, specifically those that have the ability to create jobs and wages for the state.
And then we also went through the process this last year of surveying those businesses to understand their needs a little bit better. And when we took a look at this, or when we've looked at this over the last couple of years, we've come to realize that there are some very specific gaps in resources. We call them problems in the ecosystem, right? And one of those is financing. We don't have a lot of opportunity to talk about that today, other than with SBIR, but there are a couple other things that we can address in the work that we're doing, specifically using the projects that I want to talk about. But effectively, what we also saw is a lack of technical assistance and resources across the full spectrum of businesses and their life cycle. We also saw a strong need for networking, community, and mentorship as a mechanism to continue nurturing those companies, helping give them the tools and resources, much like the map analogy, right? We want to be able to equip those companies the ability to navigate an unknown space, right? Just as much as we're trying to do that ourselves, we want to help provide opportunities for companies to be able to navigate those uncharted waters, if you will, as well. And then the last is access to resources. So really what that looks like is we already have a budding entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have activities that are happening, but because we live in a small town with long streets, it's sometimes hard to access those and know exactly what that looks like and where to go to find information. And so the next two projects really help us address the last three. And that looks like this resource mapping contract that I'd like to get into, and then an incubation services RFP, the process that we've been going through over the last year, or more in some cases for both of those projects. So first, I wanted to talk about this concept of business resource mapping. And really what that is creating a digital means for these businesses across the state to access the resources that we have now and the ones that we'll have into the future. And so that specifically helps us address, again, that access to resource component, right? So as we look at that, this project is something that not only a lot of communities take advantage of. Again, this is sort of a quote unquote best practice, but we've also identified this as a problem in our own communities. And so we're looking to address that through this. And again, this project really aims at developing a digital database for entrepreneurs and business owners to be able to understand the resources that are available to them as they navigate the growth and expansion of their business. This allows them to also encourage more collaboration across the ecosystem. It also encourages us it gives us the ability to perform gap analysis on our own ecosystem, both locally and at a state level. So as we map this, it will become very clear where we need to apply more pressure at the state level and local level, as well as allowing these companies to take advantage of that. So as we've gone through this process, we have developed a project, if you will, and our approach for that project is to look at this from a systems perspective, but more so from a long-term perspective. How can we have the ability for this project to last a very long time with maybe a little bit less government hand, right? So how can we develop this in a way that allows us to be successful in the short term and the long term? And so when we looked at this, we really wanted to focus on partnerships, collaboration, and different models for organization. And so what you'll see is three different organization models that I think represent these different models well. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to live in that distributed space, the far right. Effectively, if we remove ourselves, or if any one person, any one entity removes themselves from this project over time, the program, the thing that we're trying to solve, doesn't fall through. And that's been a problem for us over the last up to a decade, really. Some people across the state have been working on this for a very long time, and they have not been able to solve this problem. And that is one of the issues that they have come across, is that there tends to be one individual person or entity that has tried to do this, and the entities have either changed or that person has moved roles, and the entire thing falls apart. So if we really believe that we're solving a problem for businesses, the problem that they themselves have identified, then we want to make sure that we aren't being a linchpin in that system, so that if we as the business council or we as an organization need to change priorities, it can continue into perpetuity. And so thinking about this, we engaged a number of stakeholders across the ecosystem, and we have formalized partnerships within that, specifically the Wyoming Library to Business, Laramie County Community College, easy for me to say, and University of Wyoming, and then of course our friends over at the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. So looking at this group of entities that we can work with, we are starting to formalize that distributed model for organization, not only on the organization side of things, but also on the funding side of things, right? How can we get this thing funded in a way that allows it to continue to exist without necessarily the government's hand in that? So as we've gone through this process, this has been a fairly long slog, if we want to use that word again, which is good. We've had the ability to formalize these partnerships, have those conversations, and really be deliberate in our approach here. And so as we've gone through that process, we have really looked to understand what resource providers are out there, who are experts in the field, and who can help us really do this in a way that allows us to leverage their expertise, and both on the technology side, but also as maybe mentors in this space. And so we have vetted a number of entities that do this mapping across the country. And SourceLink is one of those entities that is very well established, and ultimately the partner that we have chosen to work with. Both myself and the community partners that we've engaged have all selected this as the entity for a number of reasons, but ultimately they have been leaders in this space for a very long time. And so with that, we are asking today that through their scope of work on this contract, the scope of work is that they would ultimately build out the software and database development. They would go through the software and database development for us to build this platform for entrepreneurs and startup businesses to be able to access growing businesses as well, not just necessarily young businesses. They would also implement they would provide us implementation services as well as annualized maintenance services. So this is a contract for 3 years. The first year totals to just over or right at 85.5 for the year, and then ongoing maintenance costs amount to $24,500 for each of the subsequent years. Over the course of that 3-year time period, what we're really looking at doing is utilizing this contract as a means of being catalytic funding to get this program and project off the ground. And over the course of those 3 years, we want to identify sources of funding that allow us to be distributed, like I said before. So that $24,500 ultimately comes from services and things, looking at it from a business model. How can we provide a service, or how can we provide value to an individual that would maybe pay for this, if that were from the private industry, or if that were from other nonprofit industries around the state. So this total contract cost comes to $134,500. And I think it's worth noting that with our partnership with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, they were able to allocate us some funds from a phase 1 rollover funding that was not utilized. And so this would be funding that would be coming from the Wyoming Innovation Partnership that was allocated. And I do have Rob Williams, Krista Markley, and Mike Martin, who are all partners in this project. They're on the call and willing to help answer or field questions. And if the folks from SourceLink, Krista or Rob, have any additional comments that they'd like to throw out there, I would offer them the stage at this time.
Thank you, Taylor. I think we're really thrilled at the opportunity to be working with the Business Council, working on on building this infrastructure for the state of Wyoming to support entrepreneurs and small business owners. And are happy to field any questions from the board at this time, but we just thank you for the opportunity and are excited to see what next steps bring.
Questions from the board?
Madam Committee Chair.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you. Not so much a question, just want to make a comment as I think Taylor and our partners at the university and across the state know this has probably been one of the biggest lifts that we've evaluated as we've discussed how we start to really build and evolve an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And thinking about the state, entrepreneurs locally tell us they simply don't have the time or the wherewithal, oftentimes don't know they should be. Finding how they uncover the rocks to figure out what resources and what things are available to them. And so the asset mapping piece and really understanding our network of resources is so absolutely critical. And I know this is something Taylor and Mike and others and I have spoken with. It allows us locally who have entrepreneurial efforts in place to more effectively work with our entrepreneurs, whether that's early on in the ideation stage or in further development as we start doing consulting and support services for them. And so I just want to share, I'm very, very pleased and proud to see the work that's brought us to this point. Very excited about SourceLink. When we did our visit back to Kansas City, it was wonderful to see sort of the origins and how that's unfolded. So has my full support, but I just wanted to thank Taylor for his work here and really my excitement to see this coming to this point.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. Any other questions or remarks from the board?
Madam Committee Chair, this is Kathy. I do have a question.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, Taylor, so the amount of money in the contract, this is kind of a housekeeping thing. Does this also include license? Do we need licensing fees for this, or is this included in the amount that you just gave us?
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. This does include licensing fees for the contract for that 3-year term.
Okay, and let me ask you a follow-up on that. Can any other teams in the Business Council use SourceLink? Is it specific to what you do?
So effectively, this is for the entrepreneurs, and thank you for the question, Ms. Tomasi. This is for people in the business ecosystem that are looking to better understand the network of resources available to them. That certainly does not preclude anyone else from utilizing the resource to understand what else is out there, right? And so while that might be the focus and the focal point really to serve the businesses, we intend on having strong partnerships and collaboration across the resource network to ensure that it is a very well done project or program that helps anyone that needs that type of information to be able to access it.
Thank you.
Madam Committee Chair.
Yes, Mr. Law.
Well, I think Joe kind of answered this, but this was I had the opportunity to go to Kansas City in that thing that was a literal map. That was the KC Link source thing. Yeah, and I just thought that was spectacular. I could have used that about 10 years ago. So I'm excited about being able to provide that opportunity for Wyoming.
Thank you. And I'm going to jump in here at that time and echo Dr. Schaefer and Mr. Laws. Living in this world every day for my day job, as we started this talk, I quickly wrote 15 different organizations just off the top of my head, from Business Council to SBDC to EDOs to our educational partners to Main Streets to on and on, Wyoming Women's Business Center, all these different resources. And for our entrepreneurs and small business to know where to start, I'm going to say exactly what Mr. Law said. If I would have had this or been able to give to my clients 15 years ago, it would have been a huge asset. So I applaud this work. Any other questions?
Not seeing any here, Pam.
Okay, so can I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to approve the SourceLink contract?
I'd move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer's first. A second?
This is Chuck. I would second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kenyon. Any other discussion? So I call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Taylor, for this and all the partners and everybody that have been working on this source link mapping. Okay, I think we're moving right along. The next item on the agenda is the silicone coular. I've been working on that incubation service contract. Brandon and Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Yes, so our next and final piece of this long journey that we've been on for the last 45 minutes or however long it's been, thank you for bearing with me, is something that I think is incredibly important. Not every day do we have the opportunity to create a lot of change, and the things that we're talking about today help us create, if nothing else, a little bit of change. I think this project has the ability to create a lot of change, and I'm really proud to present this to you all. And so with that, I wanted to take a step back to fall of last year, really, where we went through the process of recognizing, as we've come to recognize more and more, that there's this need for technical services, resources, networking, community, and mentorship, all these, the gaps that we currently have, some of the bigger gaps that we currently have in the ecosystem. And what we're hearing a high demand for is, as we have come to recognize that, we decided that there was an opportunity for us to see who out in the ecosystem has the ability to help us solve this problem. And so we went through the process starting this last fall through this incubation services RFP. And really at the heart of this is helping us understand, recognizing that at the end of the day, really what we need is we need a system that allows us to be able to interact with and engage with problems in the entrepreneur ecosystem, helping us solve specific problems. And so as these problems change, we need the ability to adapt and change with them. And so that was really at the heart of this RFP process, was seeking an entity that we could work with to have the ability to help us create the ability to create that system, right? Understand how we can better look at problems across the state at the community level and engage with those problems to, again, help support new businesses here in the state. Specifically those businesses that are going through the process of growing and scaling highly technological or meaningful in the sense of economic development, right? Those companies that have the ability to create high paying jobs and good wages. And so as we started that process, I wouldn't call this one as much of a slog, just kidding, they're all slogs, but this process has been really good, not only for us, but our partners as well, to really see who's out there and understand what ideas are out there to help us engage with this type of process. And so again, this started in late last fall, and I want to highlight one aspect of this process, in that we, throughout the oral presentation process, where we down selected into a subset of the chosen applications that we received, we pulled in select people from and stakeholders from not only within the business council, of course, but as well as community and local stakeholders as well. People that are in the entrepreneur community, we pulled in stakeholders from government, we pulled in stakeholders from across this spectrum. And so as we went through that process, we had a very strong group of individuals that could bring a lot of different perspectives to this process. And I think that's really important to note. And I also want to note that we received really strong applications across the board. And to help us evaluate that, we did have a very specific selection criteria. And that was ultimately to help us look at and evaluate the the experience and expertise of these proposals, their creativity and innovation, their ability for long-term stability and sustainability, the timelines that they proposed, and of course, other personalized considerations as well. So we had a heavy hand, so to speak, in the sense of we were very deliberate across the process of evaluating these entities. And ultimately, throughout this evaluation process, we really saw a proposal that stood out from all the rest in a way that really highlighted this entity and their ability to work with us in a way that really was what we were looking for. It was less about checking boxes of things that we felt that we wanted, and really more about how can we look at from the community and state levels and looking at them individually, separately, combined, but also just really looking at this from a systematic approach. And that entity ultimately was Silicon Coular. And this partner already, as we have gone through this process, not only through the oral presentation, but also as we've gone through the selection process and working with them and making sure that, ultimately our objectives are aligned. They have been absolutely fantastic to work with. And I say that because I think it's important for us to have the ability to work well with people, both as a contractor for us, and then also knowing their ability to work with others across the state. And as we evaluated their proposal and ultimately their goals, we saw a lot of alignment with what we wanted, what we were looking for, and ultimately their ability to help us look at this system of entrepreneurship and interacting with those problems in that ecosystem. And so we have drafted a contract with Silicon Coular as our RFP selection. And that ultimately, that scope of work for that contract, we have broken out into two separate phases. The first phase is a 9 to 12 month phase that helps us evaluate on a statewide, but also very specific to communities level of looking at the gap in resources at that community level, looking at a Startup Wyoming or otherwise named program that could be implemented at the community and statewide levels, and the education curriculum that comes along with that program. And then, of course, the important component of partnerships and collaboration, and looking at and addressing what in the ecosystem and who in the ecosystem is available now that can be leveraged, really looking at being the tie to all of these different moving components within the ecosystem. And so that's really the first phase of the work, is laying the groundwork for the ultimately the implementation phase. So phase two of this contract is really looking at the implementation of the plan that is really developed in that first phase, looking at the assessment and the gaps that are currently existing in the ecosystem. So based on those recommendations from phase one, phase two would be the implementation of possible programs and resources. And I wanted to highlight some of what that might look like, because it's a little abstract, right? And so this is what some of those phase two activities would look like at the community and state levels. And effectively, that breaks down into a couple different categories, namely, again, addressing things that we know we have problems with right now: founder education and support programming, access to funding opportunities, community building opportunities, and then, of course, the collaborations with other partnerships across the state. And so that's really what this could look like based on the work that is done in phase one that will ultimately shape what is done in phase two. Again, as an example, this is a step function that was originally proposed by Silicon Coular for a possible program implementation and rollout. Again, this is just to be used as an example, but ultimately there is a lot of different moving components with this, and a lot of thought that went into intentional thought that went into developing the proposal and ultimately what we're asking for today. With that, our budget overview for this contract, phase one is $290,000. And then phase two is $575,348. And the contract total comes out to $865,348. And it's important to note as well that in phase one, there would be a period of additional staffing that would be needed. And so the dollar amount, we're really trying to support the entity's ability to go through and actually do this work in a way that doesn't overload the current work that they're already doing. And so with that, I can ask those folks from Silicon Couloir to come up and stand for questions as well. They are here today. Tom and Thomas are both representing Silicon Couloir, both their staff and their board today. You guys can come up. And I'm happy to address any direct questions as well.
Morning. My name is Thomas Pointrell, and I'm the chairman of the board at Silicon Couloir. We're all volunteers on the board. Expanding our programs broader throughout Wyoming. So we've really appreciated the partnership that we've established with Taylor and the team there. It's been a wonderful exercise, as he alluded to. And this is Thomas Ferguson. I'll let him introduce himself.
Howdy, everyone. I'm Thomas Ferguson. I'm staff at Silicon Couloir. I run our development programs and I run our angel group. We're a small staff, so we wear many, many hats. But I'm speaking on behalf of the entrepreneurial community in Teton County and Western Wyoming, and we're really excited to partner with the WPC and the opportunities that we're able to build together. So, yeah, happy to answer any questions and talk through any of our programs or any aspects of our proposal.
Questions from the board?
Chair, I do have some questions. This is Kathy.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, so I have to admit, I was in the strategy meeting for this and I was very confused about the role that you would play, et cetera. And I got all my questions answered by Gordon and some others, and I now appreciate what you do. But I do have some questions about how are you going to reach out to different companies? How are you going to find people to come to you?
Sure. We've been really fortunate in the last year or two since I've been involved with Silicon Couloir, where all of our programs are demand driven. So we have had a number of folks come our way. And as we expand the geography that we focus on and the communities that we focus on, one, partnering with the WBC and other economic development organizations or other entrepreneurial support organizations across the state is going to be really key. And then two, having a really prescribed kind of focus on what kinds of entrepreneurs, what kinds of companies that we support, having it very focused and very, specific in terms of what we're able to provide. Additionally, we have some great partners already in the ecosystem that we're working with more on an informal basis. But right now, all of our program expansion has been demand driven. And we're going to take a really concerted effort in the first year to make sure that we are working with the communities that we think are the best fit for the types of programs that we're looking to offer in that implementation phase. The goal here is not to, stand up a statewide accelerator incubator right away. It's really to listen to the communities a little bit, take the knowledge from the WBC and from the conversations that you all have had with the communities and with entrepreneurs, and talk about what they really need, and then how we might be able to either offer our existing programs or offer additional iterations of those. So it's going to be an iterative process. It's going to be a really focused process. It's going to take a little bit of time, and we don't want to rush it, especially in that first year.
And I'll add on one thing. Community presence is one of our foundations. And, sometimes we sit here and we have the same question to ourselves, are we going to get people? We're starting up these programs and these education programs. And it's been amazing, the demand and the entrepreneurs that we see in Wyoming, the ideas that come out, it's just phenomenal. And I think that community presence, we've talked about having a marketing budget, for instance, and really And we do that, you know, we have Instagram, we do all these other things. But it's really the demand driven, and the secret sauce to me is community presence. And that's ultimately the big impact that you have as well, is building community. So I think that's just where it's been more fundamental bottom up. But there's other mechanisms at our disposal if we wanted to do more marketing and get more exposure.
And I just have one other thing to say. It took me a couple weeks to learn how to say your name. So now I think I have it.
Feedback heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Committee Chair? I have a
Yes.
question.
Sure.
So first of all, thank you both very much for being here and being here in person. I think most of us are familiar with your organization, perhaps for some other types of work that you do. And I'm just curious, this kind of work, how does it fit into your business model? Is this type of thing core to what you normally do? That type of question is where I'm headed.
Yes, so I mean, you're talking about the core for Silicon Color or for other activities personally?
I guess just in a real simple way, have you done this before? How many times and how'd it go?
Oh, yeah, well, in my career. So let me tell you about myself. So my career is in financial services background. I worked for a company called the Capital Group. You might have heard of the American funds. And I was president of Asia for the Capital Group for 20 years. And so a lot of my background is all in investment and managing investment management companies. And I think, you know, for me, that's the foundation of why I'm involved, is the passion for helping companies succeed. And, you know, for us, the secret sauce, for instance, in my career was always looking at management. You know, good management produces good companies. And it's amazing when you sit down. I'm a mentor also. So I sit down with all the companies and have 3 companies I'm working with now, which I could tell you about, really exciting companies. And, you know, seeing those guys successful is why I'm involved. So it's that passion for investing and seeing successful companies and seeing that here in Wyoming. So it's great. And the other thing I would add, just if you look at our ecosystem, it's exciting. I mean, we have a group of dedicated professionals that just want to help. And, you know, I enjoy working with them every day, professionally and personally. So it's great.
Just add that, you know, from an organization perspective, like we have not expanded beyond our geographic scope before. However, we have a network of, and Tom and I are here representing a much larger group of folks. We have a large network of folks who have experience doing startup incubation and accelerators at scale and facilitating entrepreneurial mentorship at scale. So while our organization hasn't necessarily tried, you know, a bespoke approach to providing services across the state or providing services across a broader geography, you could see if you just look at, you know, the logos on our website or the companies that we service, you know, we have been slowly growing organically over the last couple of years. And again, a lot of that is demand driven. We get a lot of requests from folks outside of our existing service region. And we get a lot of requests from folks through our partnerships with other organizations. But, you know, we feel that we have a really solid foundation to be able to scale. And we feel like our operations have, you know, become very, very dialed to a point where we can be able to look at growing. So it's different for us, you know, as an organization. This is something that was, you know, a little scary as we were going through the RFP process and thinking about how it would change the focus of our organization and how it would change the scope of what we do. As Tom said, we're very community focused. You know, we work with a lot of folks in the community. We live in a small town. We like running into the people that we work with every day. So it's, you know, very different from an organizational perspective in terms of what we've done in the past. But obviously, you know, we're here. We've reached like full support from both board and staff, and we're really excited about the opportunity to grow and to make, at the end of the day, you know, an impact. And that's what we're all involved with Silicon Cool R4. So.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, this is Elaine. I have a question. If you go back a few slides, and I don't think you need to, but just thinking about where they are, what size business do you work with? Are you talking about Susie's cake shop where she makes wedding cakes and cupcakes and it's in a small town? She's put all of her money into her building and now she needs to start opening to get some of that money back? Or do you stay with bigger businesses like the internet providers? I mean, what size of business and what kinds of business are you looking to help? And I'm just gonna ask the second question right now, so that, do you expect clients to come to you on a regional basis or a statewide basis? Or do you go out to their business and analyze what they've got for assets and what they've got for a business plan, et cetera? So the two questions is what size? And then the second part is, I guess the final part of the question is, what do they take away day to day from their business, from being in their business, if they have to travel to you, or do you come to them?
Absolutely. I'll answer the first question a little differently, where we focus less on size and more type of business. And again, with our both with our organization as it exists today, with our programming, as well as what we'd like to do across the state, it's going to be focused really on kind of in businesses that can make a larger impact and have a higher growth potential. So today, you know, we work with all different types of businesses. We have different lifestyle companies, kind of, you know, focus on, we have apparel companies, we have, you know, technology companies, we work with financial services companies. So from industry, we are industry agnostic. We try to focus specifically on companies or on businesses in sectors that really need the most support in terms of economic growth. So outside of tourism extraction in our neck of the woods are really the types of businesses that we try to support. But across the state of Wyoming, what part of the gap analysis will include is really focusing on what stage, what growth stage, and then what type of business we want to roll programs out to. However, our focus is really going to be on businesses that have the highest potential for growth. And it will be relatively industry agnostic. So looking at it across a number of different sectors, and we're really lucky to have, you know, our mentorship network, our expertise network has experience in all different sectors. So when we, for example, our mentorship program called Teams, as we pair up companies with mentors, we're able to pull from a pool of experts that have experience in those industries and have a wealth of knowledge to build off of. And then to answer your second question, you know, we've been talking about this, and Taylor and I have been going back and forth on how exactly, you know, the geographic distribution is really difficult to look at across the state of Wyoming. And, you know, we are way off in the corner. And so it's even the drive here coming over Togety Pass was a little harrowing in a snowstorm. So that it's a very real barrier. And a lot of what we do, again, is community focused. That means, you know, networking opportunities, meeting in person, being able to get together face to face with people. So we would take, you know, a communities focused approach where maybe we wouldn't roll it out our programming across the state to every community at a time, all at once, but focusing on a couple key communities that we think are really primed, really ready, and are currently underserved. So where can we focus our effort to make the biggest impact, have, you know, boots on the ground and be in person, not expecting people to drive 8 hours to Jackson for a business meeting, but be able to be there in person and have our organization facilitate that mentorship across the state, but focused on specific communities that we think are the best fit.
Madam Committee Chair, I think Mr. Lance has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Committee Chair. Gentlemen, in 4 years, when you're back in front of us, what will success look like?
You know, I think that, as you saw from Taylor's presentation, we're starting with this gap analysis. And that's a very conscious decision in developing the partnership, because, you know, we don't want to walk in and feel like we know everything from day one. What we do know and what we do have confidence in is our programming. So we know what we have to offer. And our first goal is really to make sure that we have alignment in the focused communities, as Thomas referenced, here in Wyoming. And so I think that will, to a large degree, determine what that ultimate outcome looks like. And, you know, I've just been really pleased with the spirit of partnership in that. because we want to work closely. We don't want to come back in a year and say, here's what success looks like. That would be a very collaborative effort in working together with the team here and developing what success looks like. But the backdrop to that I would add is just the confidence we have in our services and in developing an entrepreneurial environment. We have a lot of experience and we try and provide world-class service. So that's what that would look like from us. And, if there's other areas where we feel gaps are in areas where we don't have that expertise, let's bring in somebody who can fill that gap. So ultimately, kind of the goal driven to developing the entrepreneurs here in Wyoming.
And follow-up question, maybe for Josh or for Taylor. These systems created out of contract, fantastic organization, fantastic RFP process that brought these folks to us. Philosophically, is this something that you bring in-house ultimately, or is this always a contract-driven process?
Madam Committee Chair and Mr. Lance, that's a really good question. Ultimately, our goal is that the Business Council won't have to provide money or expertise in entrepreneurial incubation efforts because the private sector will do it. That's ultimately our goal. What I think will happen is that over time, this organization, as well as others that are working throughout the state, will sort of develop that ecosystem and the private industry will respond. And these will be businesses that run as a private business and require less and less state support. That's our ideal state. What that looks like and the time frame required to do it are unknown right now. But I hope that in 4 or so years, we come back and we're actually solving a different problem because this has already been solved. And so I think that that's really what we're looking at is what's the next problem that we need to attack, not necessarily how do we continue to fund an organization to do the same thing over and over again. Does that help?
It does, and thank you. It's actually very refreshing to hear that because working in government for so long, you learn there are cottage industries that crop up and build their existence based upon solving that same problem over and over again. And actually embedding an entrepreneurial spirit and how the state embraces it long-term, I think is the most constructive path we can take.
Any other questions from the board per approving this contract?
Madam Committee Chair, not per se a question, more of an observation. First of all, appreciate, and it's exciting to see this this RFP process coming to a close and the thought that went into this. Very appreciative to hear the gentleman's comments about having a presence within the communities. It is a big state and it's a long ways between Laramie County and Teton County. And so having that presence here, I think is important. And one of the major gaps we've identified within the state, likely the same gap that our CEO found that led to this RFP process, is that the need for incubation and acceleration services in Wyoming was incredible. Just like the ecosystem mapping piece of it, the financial capital spectrum piece of this work, and also the incubation acceleration will be important. There are a lot of activities and tools, both on the timeline shown on the screen right now or the Gantt chart shown on the screen, but also on the phase 1 and phase 2 pieces of it. It's likely that those tools and activities will not need to be equally replicated in every community that we eventually get into for these services. And that's just going to necessitate close working relationships on the local level to identify what the regional ecosystem, if you will, what resources and what things are in play here. And so, for example, in Southeast Wyoming, we believe we'll have a mechanism to essentially feed the funnel with the right individuals, the right groups, and the right ideas, and get them all the way through pitch and launch. And that's where incubation and acceleration is going to be important. And so hopefully there's planning and consideration given to coordinating with existing pitch events, existing pipeline development programs, but recognizing that you may have to be nimble as you adapt to standing this up in different communities. But we look forward to being a partner, and I'm real pleased with with the progress and with the ultimate selection here today.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. Any other questions from the board? And I do want to reiterate that, this was an RFP process. There were a lot of people at the table making decisions, reviewing these RFPs, and again, finding the best fit for what we're looking at. Any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to approve the silicone color contract?
So moved.
I have a first. Can I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And motion carried. Okay, wow, how exciting. Talking about tools and resources to build our capacity. We just checked off a lot of boxes. So thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Brandon, for all your work on the services committee and everyone who's on the services committee. It takes a lot of Scrabble pieces and a lot of words. So back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Pam, and nice job to the services committee. That was a lot of ground covered this morning. So thank you, gentlemen. We're moving on to regional director reports. And Heather, good morning.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. We are happy to be here with you this morning, and I appreciate the services team slowing down the cadence of the meeting just a bit. As you may have noticed, a few of us were not here to start the morning. We actually were over with the Building State Capabilities team who was here with us yesterday. We started out the morning with a session on coaching and what that might look like. More on that later, because I think it's really interesting and I'm excited to tell you all more about that. But I am happy to report that we have 4 teams who have now launched into their PDIA journey with the Building State Capabilities team just a few miles across town. Those teams are from Kemmer, Natrona County, Casper, and the northern part of Lincoln County, Star Valley. So we are excited for them to get started and to continue to share with you sort of how that goes along the way. So as you see us sort of here and not here, we're playing both roles today. So it's not you, it's us, really, truly this time. Ben, if you want to go, perfect, thank you. So what I actually wanted to talk to you just a little bit about today, I'm sure a lot of you have actually heard of this funding summit, but I don't know if any of you had an opportunity to get into more details or really know what it was about. So I thought it would be a good opportunity to just kind of give you an update of the second annual summit. So earlier this spring in April, the second annual Wyoming Funding Summit was held in Riverton at the Central Wyoming Community College. The summit is unique in several ways, but one of the things that's really important to note is that it is supported by Senators Lummis and Barrasso, by Governor Gordon, and by several different state agencies. So it takes kind of all of us to work together and to put this on and bringing together different capabilities and skill sets and just a lot of working together to stand this summit up. So this is the second one, as I mentioned. The first one was held last year in Sheridan and had great success and a lot of attendees and not enough space for all the attendees who actually wanted to attend. So this year we saw about 250 attendees over the course of the week. The summit goes for 5 days. And so that's something that is a pretty big commitment if you think about it. A lot of the people did arrive Sunday night to be there bright and early Monday and stayed with us through Friday afternoon to take advantage fully of all of the opportunities that were there. Attendees ranged from city and town clerks or mayors or city council folks, other people who work in city capacity that maybe have an interest or part of their role is funding counties, nonprofits, economic developers, other, chambers, that kind of thing in economic development, special districts, grant writers who were there to kind of learn and hear what problems maybe some of the aforementioned folks were talking about. So it really was a great showing of folks. We had people from the representing the various tribal entities were there because we were in Riverton, so that actually worked out really well. And then obviously state and federal partners. So a very wide variety of folks who were able to attend that. As I mentioned, it was a 5-day event. So days 1 and 2 were actually grant writing training. It was sort of why we did this to begin with. The grant writing training is something that a lot of people need or reference that maybe would be helpful for them, but it's not always easy to find. It's not necessarily cost effective for people to travel to go do grant training, and maybe not always the easiest thing to do on a Zoom meeting, although you know, that's an option, but maybe not the best. So the environment then creates a way for people to come together, do the training, and then be with peers in the room who are also in that space who have various levels of experience. This year, they offered sort of a 101 and a 201 because we do have some really experienced grant writers in Wyoming that are kind of in all different pockets. And so there was a way for them to have a session that was maybe a little more in depth or a little bit further into the process where they might be, and then folks who are maybe new in their role or who are just trying to figure out how to navigate that world of grants and just starting. So days 1 and 2 were that. Day 3 and 4 then was lots of different focus and breakout groups on all varying topics. So housing and infrastructure and community development and all kinds of other things. But those sessions then we had panelists from federal and state agencies primarily on those panels who talked about the programs that they had mostly and some of the steps to work towards the grants that they had or just what the things were that they really wanted people to know in the crowd about those particular programs. And then day 5, this is sort of the other, I think, maybe unique piece of this summit was a networking day. So it was set up kind of like a trade show or a career fair where various partners who'd been there throughout the week had tables in a gym. And so it really was like a career fair in the gym at CWC there. And we're just open to people who'd been there all week or for a couple days or whatever, coming in, talking about their project, asking questions if they had a grant, maybe they had a grant application in process, or maybe they had one that didn't make it through the process and they wanted to have kind of direct access to those funding partners. So it was a great opportunity for people to get that one-on-one time and just ask questions about projects or, you know, say, I want to work on this. Do you have something that fits? So that was, when I walked into the gym the morning of that, I was pleasantly surprised by how many people had made it through the week and were still there on Friday to spend that time with those funding partners. One of the other things that we took the time to do during this week was introduce the new state grant support system. I don't really know if that's what it's called, but that's what I'm calling it. The state budget office had some money put in their budget to hire a consultant to sort of help figure out some of this grant system that we maybe do or don't have in the state. It addresses the problem that we've identified in our grants work stream or starts to maybe address that problem. That problem statement in that work stream is Wyoming communities are reliant on grants to fund local priorities, yet the grant system is not effectively meeting the needs of many of the communities across the state. That's sort of the problem that we're all looking at and trying to figure out what are the things that we can start to maybe work on that barrier. The state budget office is still trying to identify how Haggerty, who's their consultant, is really going to start working on that. They've stood up a dashboard on their website to start as a collection place or a place where people can at least go and start to scroll through and find links and that kind of thing to different federal and federal primarily partners right now. But what else is there? So that's something that as a regional team, we are really interested in. We hear from a lot of our communities and we work with communities all the time who are in all levels of this capacity of what can they do in the grant space, both federal and state. And we're going to continue to support them as they figure out, you know, how do they do outreach to the communities? How do they offer technical assistance? What are the things that make sense for them to do? How do we continue to support what they're doing and keep helping our communities? So I think there's going to be more to come on that. And it's exciting because this is something that isn't a new problem. It just seems really exaggerated right now because there's so much federal money and we all keep hearing that. but it's really hard to wrap your arms around it. So we're not going to wrap our arms around it, but maybe like hold hands and try to wrap all of us around it. I don't know. We'll see. But I think that the example of the collaboration with multiple partners, being really committed to working consistently on this problem and trying to figure out what are some small bites that we can take at the solution, because it's also it's kind of an urgent problem, but it's also something that if we take some time and work on, we all think that, you know, maybe we won't get all of this money that's right now, but it's going to set us up for more success later. This morning, Matt Andrews with the Building State Capabilities team said, I learned a long time ago that in our work, it's less about the money and more about the people. And I think as you, think about this funding summit, as you listen to the regional updates that the rest of my team is going to give, you'll hear that we're already kind of working in that idea area, but it really is exciting to hear all the things that everyone's working on and kind of put all that together. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the summit or anything else.
Mr. Coach, Ms. Thayer has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Pam, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Heather. Thank you. I just wanted to say kudos to our staff. I was at the funding summit again Friday morning when I walked in also. Was great to see all the communities there, but our staff did a lot of presentations at this funding summit, and I just want to say kudos. They all did a great job, and it was great to see the Business Council at the table at this funding summit, and just great job.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam. Ms. Tomasi.
And I just have a comment also. I had a couple people call me about the funding summit. How do they get in? But get your applications in early because it is very, very popular. And I hope that the senators continue to do this.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I will
Sure,
turn
thank
it
you.
over to Kristen.
Thank you. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning. Kristen Fong, Northwest Regional Director. So I'm with Bighorn County, Washakie, Park, and Hot Springs, in whatever order you'd like to share those in. So I've got a couple of photos here, I think, if we can skip ahead. Thanks, Ben. It's a hodgepodge of trailblazing in the Northwest. So in the collaborative spirit that Heather kicked us off in, I've seen a ton of really great collaborative effort around outdoor recreation in the Northwest area, in the Bighorn Basin. Starting from the smallest communities in the region, and then all the way up to the state level, culminating with the Wyoming Outdoor Rec Summit, which was just actually the week after the funding summit. So we were already on a roll talking about funding, learning about how data can tell the story and how using numbers to kind of share the impact of the industry can actually benefit everybody. And so it was really cool. And this all just kind of happened organically and simultaneously that Lovell actually hosted, and that's Elaine's hometown. Thanks, Ms. Harvey. So that is her photo there. Sorry, I have to call that out. So they were inviting a large section of the community as well as some other statewide partners to join them for just a meeting. There was pizza, there were treats and snacks, and really it was all about the people that were there. And they just provided a forum to share what are your favorite parts about being in the outdoors? What are the areas that we know are successful or that are maybe underutilized or underaware of that actually do have economic impact? And here are the amenities that we do have currently, and what are the barriers to making those amenities more accessible and in turn growing the regional economy. And so they've, just drummed up this participation, and they were basically totally full. There was not a seat available. There was standing room only. And it shows you just what an impact really that kind of gathering has. People want to weigh in and participate, and people get energized around that idea. And then I saw that again, increasing as we went to the funding summit. So we heard from several individuals on those panels about the industry's impact in not just Wyoming, but in, the entire US, and really specifically the West too. And Headwaters Economics was there and gave a wonderful presentation and keynote. And then as well, we had great participation from, Leadership Wyoming's Mandy Fable gave a keynote as well. And so it was really just this great kind of, great to see so many people collaborating and sharing their interest in the outdoors and working together to kind of better that industry and the impact that it can have with throughout the Bighorn Basin and beyond. So there we are. Thank you. Anybody have questions about that? One of the many, many things that we're traveling around for this spring.
Nice job, Kristen. I'm not seeing any questions.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Thanks for allowing me some time to speak today. I do want to give out a quick shout out real fast. Kylie and Kristen and Brandy and others, I know they spent so much time, Heather, like with this funding summit. It was really cool to have it right in my hometown, right there in Riverton, and seeing all those partners come together. But these ladies worked super hard to help facilitate, put those things on. And so I just wanted to say, great job, everybody. That wasn't planned, but it was just really kind of cool to see that happen. So one of the common threads of what we've all been talking about this morning really has to do with connection. It has to do with people, as Heather said, because we're really in the people business, not just economic development, because you can't do economic development if you don't have the people. And we talked about that yesterday also in the workshop, right? If you don't have the people, you can't do the process. If you don't have those Scrabble pieces, you can't spell words. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about some of that in my region and kind of how I've applied that. But first, I just want to say thank you to the Wyoming Business Council, because as part of my professional development this spring, I was able to go to John C. Maxwell facilitation, coaching, and mentorship training and become part of their certified team. And as part of that process, what we learn about is how to connect with people. There's literally, I mean, it's great because the platform has thousands of hours of programming for just that. How do you connect with people? How do you get results? So I want to share something with you from a book that I actually read on my trip this past week to Alabama for the Best Practices Conference, which, by the way, if you haven't been to a Main Street Best Practices, you need to go. It was super inspiring, super cool. It was great. I got to meet people from around the state, talk about different things that are going on in Alabama. And all of our communities were like, wow, we could do this in Wyoming. Hey, that's a great idea. So if you haven't gone, do that. But I read this book, and it's called Everyone Communicates, Few Connect. And it's by John Maxwell. It's part of the program. It was really interesting because the book really talks about communication is not enough. Connection is where it matters, because everyone can communicate. Everybody does it, right? You send an email, you send a text, maybe you make a phone call, maybe sit down with somebody. But at the end of the day, you don't get anything done until you have a connection. And so some of the stats, this is from 2010, but on average, people get about 35,000 messages, be it, a sign on the wall, something you get on your phone, your computer, people talking to you, about 35,000 messages a day. That's a lot, right? That's a ton to take in and to process. And on average, we all speak about 16,000 words a day. Now, I'd argue I'm much less than that, but some people speak a lot more than others. But on average, 16,000 words a day. That's a lot. So how much of that is actually impactful? How much of that makes a difference? How much of that is moving the needle? That's something that we have to ask ourselves. As we talked about, through the building state capabilities, we're typically one deep anywhere you go in the state. So we have a lot of different things coming at us. A lot of times I know every single one of us gets double, triple booked, because people want us in this county, that county, all over the place. So you really have to figure out how to prioritize, how to make best use of your time and to be as effective and efficient as possible. So I wanted to share a quote with you because a lot of what was talked about in here is how to connect. And so Calvin Miller, he was an author. He said that, when you're talking to a group, when you're speaking to an audience, this is what they're silently thinking. So I'm going to share this with you. I am loneliness waiting for a friend. I am weeping, waiting for laughter. I am a sigh in search of consolation. I am a wound in search of healing. If you want to unlock my attention, you have but to convince me you want to be my friend. Because that's what people want, right? We want connection. We want to know that the people that we're working with care about us and have that reciprocal thing. And I think in Wyoming, we have a lot of that, right? We have a lot of common threads, which I'll talk about in a minute, where we can connect. But also, the reality is we have a lot of priorities. We have a lot of things that come up and we have short timelines sometimes, right? So sometimes you just got to get things done and you don't always have everybody at the table that you were hoping to have. And so Malcolm Bain, I have this up for you, said, if you wait until you can do everything for everybody instead of something for somebody, you'll end up not doing anything for anybody. Because quite frankly, you have to move, you have to have action, you have to put out effort, and you have to move forward. So I know we deal with this on a daily basis, but I wanted to bring that up because it's just a reality of the world that we live in. There's deadlines, there's things that have to get done. So I have up here this as well. So this is part of that project I talked about in my last board report. I just wanted to give you an update on that. We did get the application submitted, close to 30 different partners signed on, and we're waiting to hear if we get it or not, right? And so I was lucky to be a part of that team, be asked to be a part of that team. The only reason was because I had a connection, right? I spent time to connect with people, and I'm just so proud of that team because they worked really hard, spent a lot of hours. And if any of you have ever worked with Susan Bigelow, she kept us on the schedule. For those of you who know Susan, she was a great project manager for us, but it went really well. I also want to share this other quote here. So John Maxwell says, mutual concern creates connection between people. I see that play out all the time in communities, right? You have a group that says, hey, this is an issue in my community. I want to solve this problem because this is a big deal to us, right? And so you go and you talk to them, and then you find out once you get people in the room that everyone else may have that same connection, right? You have that common thread. C.S. Lewis called it the secret thread that binds you together. You have that common thing, that common cause that brings you together to have action for something. And that can be a place of true connection where you can work together and go to solve a problem. Ben, will you go to the next one for me? Thank you. So I want to talk about something from best practices that was really cool. So there's a guy on the screen here. His name is James Duty. He's the fire chief in Lafayette is what we would say in Wyoming. Down there, they call it Lafayette, Alabama. And he is actually originally from New York, served in the military, full career, retired, came back to, as he puts it, Lafayette. And he fell in love with that community. And when he got there, he realized that healthcare was a huge issue, that they were having lots of people dying from diabetes, heart disease, a number of different conditions, but access to healthcare was a problem. And as soon as he mentioned that, so we're all sitting in this room, as soon as he mentioned that, everybody in Wyoming, our ears kind of perked up, right? Like, because we're rural, healthcare is a little bit tough. You know, we have a challenge there. We have something that we have to rise up to. And he offered, and this wasn't part of the program, he's like, hey, if any of you want to come see this cool new thing that we're doing with the University of Auburn and OnMed, which is a company based out of Florida, I would love to show you guys. And then I'll even drive you to the next town where you're supposed to be in a little bit. And so there were several of us, including Ben. He got to go with us. It was really cool. We went and saw this OnMed capsule, which is on the screen here. It was amazing what this thing could do. It's like telehealth on steroids. So basically you show up to a building that has this capsule. you're sick, whatever, say it's like an urgent care type situation, you walk in. You can pay there, it can do your insurance, you can get your blood pressure, it has infrared that can tell if you're sick, like if you have a fever, if you have a sinus infection. And right when you go in, you have a CNA come on, it talks, it just gets general information. Then the CNA goes off and then you see a video about the doctor that you're gonna see and learn about that doctor. So there's like a little pre-done video that says, hey, this doctor likes to do this and has this for his family, and you get kind of a background. Then the doctor meets with you and can help you right there. It was really, really cool. They had all these different ways where they could check, all kinds of different ailments that you might have. And future technology with this is it'll have a pharmacy dispenser that they work with a local pharmacy. And there's like 280 some approved medications that they can dispense right from that machine. So you don't have to go to the pharmacy. And so I'm sitting back and I'm looking at this. I'm like, wow, this is really cool. So I asked him, I said, James, how did you get this done? He said, well, I saw this was in need and I just went after it and didn't stop until we got it figured out. Right? How many of us have a James in our community that is like, this has got to get done, so I'm going to make sure that we get it done? Even to the point, he's the IT guy for this machine. So if there's anything that goes wrong with it, he volunteers his time to go in and make sure that the unit operates and is functional. I just thought that was really cool. And so I wanted to share that with you, but I also wanted to share some of these things that kind of hit me as far as connection after reading this book and doing some reflection. But if you're going to connect with people, you have to care about them. Everybody can smell a phony, right? Like, if someone actually cares and is actually listening to you. So truly care about people. View people optimistically. Don't go in there with these preconceived ideas that, we talked about assumptions last board meeting, but don't make assumptions. Go in there with an open mind and be optimistic. Seek advice, learn from others, listen well, even the people who don't agree with you. There's going to be times where you sit down with people that absolutely hate your idea. They don't like what you're doing. And it's okay, but listen to them because they may have something in there that is really, truly a valid point, right? So listen to them and work through that with them. Help instead of sell. That was a concept from the book, is like selling is important, but you can't do that without being helpful. Again, authenticity is a big deal. If you're just doing it for your own gain, they're going to know that pretty quick. So you have to be helpful. Invite the input, find common values, ask questions, and be a servant leader. And really, I think as regionals, this is what we're all about. This is 100% what we're supposed to do, is go out into our communities and make a difference and connect with people. Figure out what those binding constraints are so that we can fix them. And so I just wanted to share that with you today. And again, encourage you, if you haven't been to a best practices, go, because it was really neat. I got to meet people from other Wyoming communities. It was just a really special time. So I'm glad that I went, but that's all I have for now. Any questions?
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions? Nope. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Brandy, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. I'm Brandy Harlow, Northeast Regional Director. So I work in Crook, Weston, Campbell, Johnson, and Sheridan counties. And Patrick called it collaboration, communication. Heather called it working with people. I think yesterday, Professor Matt Andrews talked about facilitation of emergence and really getting people in the room to talk to each other. And so that's what I'm going to talk about this morning. Ironically, we went to the coaching session this morning to learn how to be a coach. I wish they would have offered that about 7 years ago when I started. It's been really interesting. We regionals feel like we kind of just throw balls up in the air and whatever lands, right? And we'll figure it out as we go. And so it's been really nice to have Matt Andrews and Salima and the Harvard team here to really give us some guidance on how to be better coaches. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about Campbell County and really about that communication and planning for the future, because there are so many planning efforts happening in Campbell County right now. In February or January, the city of Gillette applied to be part of our assessment to action program, the A to A program that Amber offers. And it's a day and a half of really digging in and identifying your binding constraints, and then looking at what they could do to move the needle. It's supposed to be a 90-day, really quick action plan. It's taken a little longer than that because it depends on who those people are on the team, right? It takes longer, you know, especially in government, and we had mostly government entities on our team. So this is the mayor of Gillette, Shay Lembaugh. We've got a couple of representatives from the college there as well. They're doing their fishboning diagram there, but I thought that that was really getting those people in the room and talking about it. They decided that they really wanted to focus on aligning economic development efforts. And so, as you guys all know, we have city, county, college, nonprofit economic development organization. Now the college has an economic development arm, Main Street, Chamber, Visitor Center, all of those people that want to make a positive change in the community, but we're also busy. We don't have time to talk to each other. So that has really been what they are focusing on, is aligning those efforts. And what does that mean? There was a lot of conversations about accountability, setting clear expectations, those type of things that it feels like don't really ever get voiced. So they're working on that effort. In the meantime, Campbell County came out about February, March, and said, hey guys, we just got a federal grant from the Economic Development Administration to be part of the Building Resilient Economies in Coal Communities. One of 15 communities in the nation that got awarded this grant. And what it is 1 year of technical assistance to develop a diversification strategy. And that strategy will be presented in DC next March, along with the other 14 communities across the nation. So now they created another team, and it's all about people, right? And there's a lot of familiar faces on that team. But that's really when the coaching kicked in, and I tried to step up and say, hey, we need to make sure we're talking to each other, we're collaborating. The A to A team is now part of the BREC team, and the BREC consultants will be there next week to do planning for 3 days. And then they have a public session next Wednesday morning that I think a lot of people will go to try to understand that. So we have short-term action planning. We also have that long-term planning in place. The other thing that's happening is the town of Wright, which is in southern Campbell County, has been talking about the importance of economic development, especially with all of the energy changes in the community and the region, that they really need to do an economic development plan and have their own strategy. So you'll hear more about that later this afternoon, but talk about perfect timing, that they we can use some of that same data. We can help make sure that those plans all align and we all work together at the same time. So that is what's going on in my region. You know, we talk about complicated problems. This is definitely a complicated problem, right? Is it a complex issue? Most people would argue yes, but now that we went through the session yesterday, it's been done before. We've diversified, you know, other countries have diversified, and we'll get there, right? I don't know what the solutions are. We're not there yet, but we're definitely got the right people talking to each other and moving forward. So it's all about people. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brandy. Are there any questions?
Thank you, guys.
Nice job. Thank you. And Kylie, good afternoon.
I wrote good morning, so if I say good morning, that's really good afternoon, My name is Kylie Ingersoll. I'm the Southwest Regional Director for the Business Council, and I cover Lincoln, UNA, and Sweetwater County. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak. I do want to briefly mention the TerraPower project just because there's so much interest in that project across the state and give you a very, very short update on it. They are, I'm happy to note, they are starting some earthwork this summer and also submitted their first NRC permit. So the project is moving right along and we will hopefully see it come to fruition. So that is starting this summer. Now on to my topic. While I typically talk about projects, our focus for these reports was on collaboration and communication. Because of that, I wanted to follow up with yesterday's work session and talk about a project I've had the privilege to work on, the Building State Capabilities Program. I don't have insights just yet on the program itself. As you heard, it started this morning in Casper, right across the way. But I did want to give you a little insight as to my thinking about building teams that are taking on this work. I believe I was lucky to be able to bring 2 teams to start the Building Capabilities Program this week. One from the Kimmer area and one from the Star Valley area, both which are in Lincoln County. I'm excited for the wonderful opportunity these 2 teams will have both individually as well as collaboratively, not only with themselves, but with the other teams starting this process. Finding the team members who were willing to put in the work was a task, especially because I have put some pressure on myself to get the right team. This, like anyone coordinating a team, employees, or groups, involves strong collaboration and communication. The people on the team are busy, and taking time away from their real job is a big ask. If we're going to work ourselves out of a job like we hope and build local capacity, we need our team to be much bigger. We have to expand the same 10 people. So how did we build the teams? To start, I was told that the team should be 4 to 6 people who are curious and interested in the program as well as economic development. Now, Lincoln County is full of many small communities and was chosen to have 2 teams because there is sometimes a perception of differences between the northern and southern portions of the county, and because there is so much growth that's expected to occur fairly quickly. That, along with a little bit of information, specifically at starting this week in Casper and a few logistics, was most of what I knew about the program. I was also looking for a mix of industry and government people and those who had enough authority to make things happen, but weren't afraid to get in there and do the work. I started making lists of people who had some influence on economic development in Lincoln County. Then I started to sell the product. One call sometimes led to another that may be a better fit. Some were recommendations from people I worked with on other projects. Others had conflicts or couldn't make the drive. Many initial contacts were followed up with emails or additional phone calls. Others wanted to know who else I had asked to be on the team, and their answers varied as to their commitment based on my answer. Some had conflicts with this week, but really want to be involved when the teams and the project come home. Because of the small community size, the people I looked for had multiple roles and expertise. For example, they may be an employee by industry, but on the planning and zoning committee, or elected officials, but work as an entrepreneur. Many were not traditional folks I reach out to, but I believe hold real value for the team they're on. What I learned is that most folks who were truly curious, took time to hear the information and commit, were people who saw the opportunity as valuable without really knowing what it was. They trusted the process, the idea, and in some cases, me. And actually, it was easy to find people because of the people choosing to join. The people who committed to collaborate want to be here. They're happy to be at the table. They also saw value in the collaboration and coordination that they assume will take place on the team. No one is from the same organization, and in some cases, not even the same communities. I also learned that the value is different for many of the members, and what they're hoping to accomplish definitely differs. But even with these differences individually, I know the teams will be strong together. And they'll find ways to work toward a common goal. These teams in the current form have never worked together until this week. They aren't in the same groups back home in their communities, and my hope is getting them in the same room and working the program sparks momentum. In the end, I found there is no right team. The right thing is collaboration, and starting somewhere is a win. The 8 to 10 folks that are coming this week to the Building State Capabilities Program will learn and become advocates for the work themselves. They will collaborate with each other, and when they return to their own communities, have to collaborate with others based on the local problem they choose to work on. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. The program is a nudge, and I would say a nudge for good to collaborate. We need to continue to find ways to nudge people to collaborate and show them the value it creates. As we saw yesterday, you get more points in Scrabble if you work together. And I hope this broadens the same 10 people in the community, because as we all know, having the same 10 people all the time isn't healthy, and we truly need to avoid only having 10 people. Wyoming is full of good people who just want to make a difference in their community and in the state. We just need to invite them to the table. This week is the start for 4 community teams. As Henry Ford said, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. I look forward to seeing the success. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kylie.
Yeah.
Nice job. Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. And Drew, you get to get cleanup here. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to Casper. I am Drew Dietrich, the East Central Regional Director, Natrona, Converse, Platte, and Niobrara, also known as Middle Right, Wyoming. Today, I think as you've heard, the theme is teamwork, people. So, I like to say, what can you learn from the Goonies? But as an ancient philosopher once said, you first need to stop, collaborate, and listen. So whether you're Chunk, Mikey, Mouth, or Data, you each bring something to the table that's unique, and you each have value. Individually, maybe it's not appreciated, but it's a team. Together, you can go on and do really wonderful things. I like to say, coming from the South, there's an expression of good people. Like my team is good people. The business council is good people. The board is good people, and good people do good things. To the next slide, please. So Senator Simpson and Senator Kennedy, or as they called each other, Al and Teddy, they met at a bar in Hudson, Wyoming. And I apologize if you know the story. And Teddy actually rode a horse for 7 seconds prior to that and got bucked off. And Al thought it was so funny. They just shared beers that had been introduced by the head of the Fremont Democratic Party. And they went on to work together for decades. And I'm sure, as you know, they're about as opposite as you can get on the political spectrum. But Patrick brought this up. They each had a mutual concern for their citizens. But beyond that, and Josh brought this up in one of our team meetings, they're interested in each other as people, not as politicians. And I think that you saw as a result of that, and especially in today's, not to get political, but in today's, you see less of that. And I think that's something that we as individuals can be that change, so to speak, so that, maybe if I'm red and you're blue, together we can make purple. But you never would get that color unless you work together. And I give an example of that, and at least within my region, is Douglas, Wyoming, has they had an opportunity to do a comp plan. If you're familiar with comp planning, it's pretty boring. It's a lot of rinse and repeat. It's a long paper. It sits on the shelf, gets really dusty. They decided they wanted to go a different route. So they're up to renew their comp plan. They said, well, instead of just hiring a consultant, doing a plan, we're actually going to go out to the community and say, what do you want our community to do? What do you want it to be? And how do you want to see it grow? Or do you even want to see it grow? And so they brought together a variety of stakeholders, from the Converse County outdoor enthusiasts to the hospital, to the school district, to the Main Street, to the Chamber, the Tourism Board, to the State Fair, to the city itself, to the newspaper and the residents, the local business owners, to all contribute to this process so that everyone had a voice. So that when they actually went to this plan, it was not just something that sit on the shelf, it was a living document that could grow. They even went to the school children. And you would be amazed, the number one thing that was brought up by the Converse County kids, or at least in Douglas, was housing, which I thought was fascinating. And AIRS helped facilitate this. And so from here, they're gonna start launching here in May and in June to take action, kind of building off what we talk about a lot with building state capabilities of action versus talk. And so hopefully, as you'll see this process manifest, they'll be kind of drawing the blueprint as they build the house. And so I think it'll be a really fun story to watch and see as we move forward. That's all I have.
Thank you, Drew. Any questions? None? Okay. So I want to thank all of you. Nice job. It's valuable for the board to hear from you and to make sure we have a clear understanding of what's going on in your worlds and on the front lines, if you will. So thank you. And that brings us to lunch. And is it too aggressive to start at 1?
Not too
Okay.
aggressive. We got it.
Perfect. So we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. The next order of business is the Operations Standing Committee. And for that, Ms. Tomasi.
Yeah, I am the committee chair again of the operations, and I am so happy to be there because I look at all these programs that are coming through and I think, you know what, it does take a team. We have people that get the programs, look at the programs, and then we have people that put out the budget for the programs. It's so nice. We have detailed people that care about that and that do the job. So with that, we'll talk about our financial report for this quarter, and that will be Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Ms. Committee Chair. I'm Lindsay Orr. I'm the accounting manager for the Wyoming Business Council. And today I am presenting our March 31st, 2024 budget report. This quarter ends our third quarter of fiscal year 2024. And we are also coming up to the end of our current budget cycle or biennium. So for as of March 31st, our budget utilization came in at 51.92%. For this point in the year, the optimum is 75%, so we're a little below that, but that's usually where we trend about this time of year. Our budgets that revert, that we will lose at the end of the year, came in at 57.99%. The budgets that we have that are a little bit higher than, or closer to 100%, I should say, are our services budget, the Asia Pacific Trade Office, and the strategy budget. These are because of encumbrances that are made that cover the entire year. And as those get paid off on contracts, that budget gets used up. Moving down into our federal funds, our total expenditures for federal programs were just over $3 million. You can see most of that, just over $2 million, was in the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD line item. That's for the BEAD planning funds that are coming from the NTIA. The State Small Business Credit Initiative is the other one that we're working on. That this operates a little bit differently. It's got its own fund of cash. It currently sits at $10.3 million in available cash, and that has earned almost $350,000 in investment income with the Treasurer's Office. Through March 31st, we had made investments of about $9 million in direct investments through that fund. Moving down into our agency funds, our Economic Loan Development Fund had an available budget of $25.55 million. We've got $25 million here for large loan projects, and that is not reflected in the available cash balance of $14 million. So that is available for challenge loan projects. Through March 31st, that fund had earned $2.4 million, and that is investment income on the cash in the fund with the Treasurer's Office, and also principal and loan payments that we've received since July 1. Moving down into the ARPA line, you can see our budget is about $74.3 million, mostly in the capital projects fund for the broadband projects. We encumbered almost $64 million of the projects that were approved in December because those contracts have been finalized in this quarter ending March 31st. And with that, I'll take any questions on the budget report. Okay, moving down to the bottom of that page, it's right up there. You can see the pie chart is how our budget is made up, and 56% of our total budget is for grants and 31% is for loans, and this is consistent with the previous quarter. The bar chart represents the type of spending we've been doing. You can see most of that is in the professional services line, so that's for contracts and things like that. The non-operating expenses is loans, so we have not made very many loans compared to the budget this year. And that big available in lines for 38 million, again, that's mostly the large loan available budget. Our loans receivable for this quarter balance is $21.4 million. The principal and interest payments that we've received through March 31st is 3.36 million. This pretty much doubled what we had in December. And the reason for that is that we had 3 BRC loans pay off in March that totaled 1.25 million in principal and interest payments. 1 was due and I think 2 were paid off early. It's really great. That's my budget report.
So does anybody have any questions concerning the budget? Elaine?
Thank you for that report. Being new on the council, how does it compare to last year? Are we doing better? Are we doing worse? I mean, these numbers all look fine to me, but give me some perspective, please.
Well, since we're on a biennium cycle, it's kind of hard to compare from year to year. So I tend to look back at what happened 2 years before, so where we are at in the biennium. We're actually trending pretty much where we normally do for this time of year.
Thanks, Elaine. So, and as a precursor to some of the things that we're going to talk about, we were contract heavy in the operations committee this year or this quarter. And a lot of the things we did were put on the consent agenda, but I don't know if everybody remembers or not, but the financials are always going to be something that we take an action item on, as well as we took out a few of the, or we segregated a few of the other contracts so that we could have discussion about them. So, okay. So we have an action item on the budget, and do I hear a motion to accept the financial report from Lindsay?
So moved, Kathy.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be talking about is the contract between McGee, Hearn, and Pace. Pace, yeah. And that is for our auditing that we do every year. And so Lindsay, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. So we are proposing a contract amendment to the McGee, Hearn and Pies contract to add $134,000 to the existing contract to go through June 30th, 2026. This is going to cover our fiscal year 24 and our fiscal year 25 audits. We went out for bid. We do a 3-year RFP cycle. We went out for bid last year. So this will do our years 2 and 3 of that contract. The 134 comes out to about 67,000 per year. That was an estimate I got from our audit partner. It was an increase from, I think, $52,000 or $54,000 last year. And that's for a variety of reasons. Some inflationary factor in there, but it's mostly the additional work that's going to have to be done this year. There is some additional planning requirements done on the audit side they're going to have to do this year. We don't know what SSBCI audit stuff is going to look like yet, and they will probably be auditing 2 or 3 federal programs this year, where they typically do 1 and another very easy if they have to do 2. So just extra work is what that is. So.
And I'd like to add, if anybody's been involved in a federal audit, you know how much extra work it is. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. So, so are there any questions for Lindsay? Derek?
I guess more of a statement, I guess. Last year when we went through the audit with MHP and we went through the process where there were some findings, I will say they were great to work with and very much outlined what we could do to improve and in a timely manner. So to that end, I think they'd be a good partner going forward as we're getting into more and more of these federal restrictions and audits and everything else to make sure we're looking at them right for the next 2 years.
So just a statement, so all of these new contracts we're putting into place will really then affect our contract for the next biennium. And so we should be preparing for that extra. But how does that work when we're dropping all of the work that they had to do extra for COVID projects that we did? Was that totally separate and we paid for that separate? So now this addition, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ryan?
Madam Chair, in the RFP process, do you see a lot of other entities? I know MHE is pretty specialized and they are the firm in Cheyenne that does it. Do you see other applicants from other parts of the state into the RFP pool?
Mr. Lance, the the RFP that we put out last year, MHP was the only one that responded to it. 3 years ago in 2020, we did have an additional bidder when we, yeah.
Okay, hearing none, do I hear a motion to accept the staff recommendation for the amendment to the accountant's
So moved.
contract? Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, no opposition, the motion carries. Okay, so our next contract, we also segregated, and Amy is going to explain the Salesforce developer contract. Or Ben is. Ben, you never speak, so I'm so happy to see you here. Yeah. Well, we're proud.
But yeah, so just to avoid any confusion for the last meeting, you were making a choice to fund a renewal or amendment to a contract for our current builder of our Salesforce, and you did that, and this is now for a full new RFP going out. It'll be for 1 year, $100,000, not to exceed that amount. We have gone through the RFP process. We got 20 submissions. We narrowed that down to 3 of them. And we have got oral presentations from those 3, and we've now picked one. We're not ready to kind of publicly announce the name of that company yet, but that is where we're at. And we hope to get the contracting process done here in the next 4 to 5 weeks, just because it takes a while to get that done and run through the states. So.
Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. Ben has done a lot of work on this RFP process. Similar to the RFP process that you just heard about for the external auditor, we have done the same thing with our Salesforce developer. And so we wanted to go out and do a full RFP process through the state procurement office for the Salesforce development work. And as Ben shared, we received a copious amount of submissions. Unfortunately, none of those were Wyoming headquartered companies, but we did narrow it down, and we did have a selection committee within the Business Council who narrowed it down and then sat in on those oral interviews. What we're seeking today is a permission to spending authority for up to $100,000 for the 1-year contract, as Ben said. This is a little bit different than what you typically see with these other contracts, because normally we can share a draft contract and share the vendor with you. We're still at negotiation stage with this vendor. And so we're not quite ready to publicly release the vendor name. And we also haven't notified the other 2 finalists of what that status is. So in order to maximize the board meeting and to be able to enter into a contract starting on July 1st, we are seeking the spending authority today from the board of directors, so that we can then move forward with the negotiations and drafting of the contract for execution on July 1.
So Amy, will the recommendation be not to exceed $100,000? Is that the plan on that?
Yeah, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board, the recommendation from the staff is to enter into a one-year contract with the selected vendor upon successful negotiations for an amount of not to exceed $100,000.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one other question. So Ben, this Salesforce will cover a lot of the team work in the business council. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
It will
yes.
be used a lot.
Basically, it's for the CRM functionality, so
Okay,
all the gathering of information in one place, kind of that central point of truth that we can turn to for reporting needs that we, like, if Josh wanted to find out what's going on in a certain community, he could go and do that quickly without having to search in 3 or 4 different places. And that's kind of the idea behind the whole,
okay, great.
what we're doing currently, plus all the building of ways for communities to apply. So that's built into it, and it's kind of just getting all that we've been doing separately into one cohesive unit, one place to go to do all that. So,
Okay, nice. Thank you. Amy.
Madam Committee Chair, members of the board, we've really, as you heard in our last meeting, have invested with Salesforce being our source of record. And so this continues to kind of double down more on that and to increase that functionality, both for our internal team as well as for our customers. And Mr. Durrell, during his CEO report, talked about the importance of strategy in everything we do. And I think you'll see it even play out in contracts like this Salesforce developer. Entering into an agreement with our Salesforce developer is helping us continue and carry on our strategy and how we communicate with our customers, how we are more efficient, how we are able to provide different metrics for our program effectiveness. All of that is being driven out of Salesforce. So just one more step away from our strategy.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Do I hear a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion carries. Our next source of action is Leadership Wyoming Amendment, which we heard about very enthusiastically from Mandy Fable this morning. And so a lot of that discussion was held at that time. But Amy, do you want to continue on with that?
I sure can. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. So as you heard directly from the Leadership Wyoming team this morning, we are interested in looking to extend the relationship we have with Leadership Wyoming for the execution of the Wyoming Academy. So the first contract that we had entered into with them actually expires on June 30th. However, we have remaining funds still in that contract. And so we are seeking a contract amendment with no funds added, but extending the contract date for 2 additional years, which will allow us to run 2 more cohort groups. Something else to note as well is that we do have legislative support for the Wyoming Academy and did receive direct appropriation through the budget process for the continuation of the Wyoming Academy, which is an excellent vote of confidence from our legislative partners.
Thanks, Amy. Any questions, any discussion? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to accept the staff recommendation to approve the Leadership Wyoming amendment?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any more discussion about Leadership Wyoming, the academy? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And that was the Quick Operations Committee. I want you all to take note of that. Yeah, it's in stone. Yeah. Yeah, done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. That brings us to investments. Mr. Law.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. It kind of looks like we'll have a relatively shorter one than normal, but I'm going to say that at the risk of not jinxing ourselves. But we're going to first hear from Mr. Wendling, and then we'll get to the BRC things. But one of the things I just wanted to mention, didn't see it on the agenda, but we got onboarded with the YVC and all of the acronyms, and so this is my first time of being the committee chairman of the investments, and so there was a lot of stuff that was moving pretty fast, and they were kind enough to slow down for me. I guess, in other words, in the words of a renowned organizational strategist, Ferris Bueller, life moves pretty fast, and if you don't stop and look around, you might miss something. So I think they do both. They move pretty fast and they look around. So take it away, John.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, John Windling, Loan Portfolio Manager with the Wyoming Business Council. I have 3 succession loans in front of you today, plus a charge off. With that being said, all succession loans, I did want to kind of take a minute to go over the succession loan a little bit. This program we've seen has been very popular of late. It has been an opportunity for some of our Wyoming businesses, our small businesses, as they're looking to transition ownership and ride off into the sunset to for the new owners to come in and have an opportunity to get the deal put together. Those type of deals, they create there's a gap that's created in the financing picture. And that's because there's a value to that business over and above what the assets are there that can be collateralized by the bank. So that blue sky is referred to is sometimes just basically creates a large down payment. And for a new business owner, sometimes that's just not an option. So fortunately enough, with this new program, succession loan program, we're seeing it be very useful and an opportunity for small businesses to overcome that hurdle. And that'll be evident in these 3, and all 3 of these loans. They wouldn't happen without the succession loan program. So kind of a cool deal. But I'll go ahead and get into that. But I did want to review, Lindsay reviewed it earlier, but the Economic Development Fund, or the Fund for the Challenge Loan, has a balance of just over $14 million. The first loan for your consideration is for basin processing. This comes from Big Federal, and I'm sure a lot of you might recognize the name. This loan actually came before us from Security State Bank with another borrower in December. So that deal fell through. As once the board approved, there were some things that still need to be put together, and they were only able to come to agreement. So to my surprise, about 2 months later, here comes another borrower, a different applicant, and the applicant in this case is Bighorn Federal out of Grable. The new borrower, however, is Ms. Jocelyn Swartz, and she is an existing employee of the company, and she has a lot of past experience with processing down in Colorado. So as far as the bank goes, they feel like this is they feel really comfortable with this new borrower and what she brings to the she's very motivated and has a large understanding of processing. So they're really comfortable with it. The loan total loan will be $362,000, and we'll be they're asking for our participation on half of that, or $181,000. There's no refinance on the deal. We're coming in at a rate of 6%. Bank is about 8%, so it blends it down to 7%. The term on the loan will be 10 years on our portion. A little bit about the business. The LeMays are retiring, and they've been looking for, obviously, a purchaser for a while. And Mrs. Swartz is more than capable of doing that. She has a good reputation with the business and the bank. The bank is really encouraged by just her understanding of the financial side of things and understanding what she needs to do to up out revenue. The revenue has been turned down quite a bit over the last few years with the owners looking to retire. So as analysis goes, the numbers weren't super great because they've turned down processing as of late. But with just some projections, her turning up processing and also adding some wild game processing. There's with that in consideration, the debt service is more than enough, but just at looking as analyzing it from a point of what current revenues are, it's still enough to service the debt. The staff is recommending this loan to be for your approval for the total amount of $181,200. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the board? Consider this.
Mr. Committee Chair, I just have a comment. I think this is exactly what the succession loan means. And I am so happy. I know it just started not too long ago, and I am so happy to see it used like this. Thank you, John.
I would echo those sentiments. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendation and approve this loan to Basin Processing. I get a motion, please. It's been moved, been seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. The next loan I have for your consideration is from Jonah Bank of Wyoming in Cheyenne, and it's for a Cheyenne business, Cheyenne Tile and Stone, a flooring retailer and installer. They're in town. They've been around for a long time, over 40 years. Mr. Pyle, the current owner, is looking to sell the business to Mr. Elidoro Garcia. Mr. Garcia has been an installer in the community for a long time. He actually works for another business in town, installer in town. But he's been working with Mr. Powell for a couple of years to put together a purchase. He's put a lot of his own funds together to do this. His two sons are going to be jumping on board to help him out. There's also assistance. The current office manager and 7 installers that are involved with the company are going to be sticking around as well. He doesn't have experience as far as operating a large business of this scale, but he has operated his own as a subcontractor. So, he has a lot of the same clients and has established a lot of good relationships in the community. They are requesting a total of $855,000 in loan and asking us to participate on half of that, $427,500. The interest rate we're coming in at is 5.75. The bank is actually at 9.5% to blend that down to 7.63. This will be a 5-year loan. It's going to start out with 2 months of interest only and then amortize for the remaining 58 months. A little more about the flooring installer. They're in commercial and residential in town. They're been in operation for 40 years. Mr. Pyle has been involved for about 20. The other piece to this, that as far as when it goes to debt service, it is right there on the borderline as far as with debt service, but there is sufficient enough debt service or revenue to cover the debt service. And Mr. or Lolo or Mr. Garcia is also has his own little business that'll continue along with the support staff, and that they feel very comfortable that the business will continue to be successful. The staff is recommending the board of directors approve the loan participation in the amount of $427,500, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions on this application? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendation for Cheyenne Tile and Stone. Been moved by Mr. Lance. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. The last succession loan we have for your consideration comes from Jonah Bank of Cheyenne as well. This is for more insulation. Another contracting servicing company in Cheyenne, but they provide insulation services in the commercial and residential side of things. This business is owned by Leo and Kristen Moore. They've been in business since 1978. The current president or vice president of the business, Carl Redlich, is the borrower who's looking to take over all controlling interests of the company. He's been there since 1998, or excuse me, since 2015. So the business is going to be run just as usual. All the revenue we've looked at and the analysis on this is based on his leadership in the business. However, he hasn't had full controlling interest in the company. The owner currently has still all controlling capital interest in the company, equity interest in the company. So they aren't able to really take the next steps they need to as far as growth or any adaptations they need to make until they have the business completely paid for. So they have turned to Jonah Bank to completely finance the deal and make the ownership and controlling interests in their name. This loan is for a total of $1.75 million. They're asking for the max participation for our program of $500,000, which is only 29% of the loan. We are coming in at 5%. The bank is at 7% on this one with a blended rate at 6.4%. Total, it is going to be an 8-year loan, 2 months interest only, will amortize for 96 months. The little more about the company. They are like I said, in that insulation business, have been servicing the local area for a lot of years. And Carl and Catherine, his wife Catherine, have a relationship there at Jonah Bank. They are been great customers, have great credit history. And as far as the bank goes, they feel like this is one of the least risky loans they could do just because of the character of the borrowers. It's just, unfortunately, there's a portion of the loan that they can't secure in order to make the deal happen. So luckily with the succession program, it can happen. Debt service is good on the company, especially with their personal income that they have. So there's no concern there with servicing the debt. And staff is recommending the board to approve this loan for the amount of $500,000. So happy to answer any questions about this one as well.
Any questions on this one for Don? Yes, Ms. Harvey.
Mr. Chairman, I was just reading through this under projects and saw that more, let's see. I got to get the names right. So although Carl, which was not Carl Moore, he's been running the company and making payments to Mr. Moore. Mr. Redlich does not have controlling interest in the company until the purchase is complete. So you've got somebody running the business that is being owned by someone else who's making all the decisions. So how do you, I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a very good thing that he get out from underneath Mr. Moore so that the decisions that are made are the consequences of those decisions belong to the owner of the company rather than, I mean, consequences meaning a very successful business or just holding on by your teeth. I just think it's rent to own seems awkward and uncomfortable to me. And so I guess trying to say I support the loan for that reason alone.
Yeah, and they are, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Harvey, they are actually coming to us. I mean, even the terms they do have, it's actually not as good a terms as they do have with the current owner, just to get out of it from underneath it, to have that opportunity to have full control of the business.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Committee Chair. John, and this is kind of a general question. How do people find out about these loans? How do we market these so that there's some intelligence about them? I mean, I know about them. A lot of the other people in the business council know about them, but how does the general public find out about this?
Well, it's, you know, the people I depend on the most with these are our bankers, because they're dealing with their businesses and helping to discover the tools that are out there. And so a lot of our, you know, of course, our regionals are very impactful in that, and our partners that we have around the state. But our bankers are really where I've focused my attention to, you know, and I'm part of their conferences and those kind of things, just getting the word out, because they have a toolbox. And when they have these businesses come to them, they can narrow those down. And if they know these ones are out there, you know, a lot of these loans, I informed these bankers about these over 6 months ago, you know, and never heard from them until the week they were going to send the application in. So it's interesting. They just it's a tool in their toolbox. And when the right situation comes along, then I'll hear from them. But yeah, it's just more the bankers, I think, are the key to it, because they're just dealing with that financing picture all the time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we do these loans, we're an agent between the bank and the borrower. How would you describe the relationship? Where do we fit?
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Harvey, great question. So these are participation loans. So that we're actually just buying up, the bank they're the lead on it to the borrower. Their relationship is with the bank. They're making the payments to the bank. They're signing the documents with the bank. We're actually on the back end with agreements with the bank themselves. And when they go to close that loan, we provide a portion of that loan, and then they give it to the borrower. All of our relationship is with the bank, really, and they distribute us our payment, that sort of deal. So we're similar to BRC equity. There's a partnership there where maybe it's not a community, but it's a bank. So that's kind of how it is. We're not really we're just a partner in it, I guess, more than anything.
Follow it?
Sure.
And so if our relationship is with bank, do we assume any liability if the borrower goes belly up?
So we do, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Harvey, there's with accession loan, there's a lot more liability there, because we're not secured in a way. Most time in the loans, like if we're doing in our 50-50 loan, we have to be collateralized. There has to be assets or something to back that money up, so we can, in case of default, that we have something we can go after. There's a lien against something. With accession loan, however, there isn't. That's kind of the purpose of it, is it doesn't have to be secured to allow these deals to happen. Because if there was, the whole reason for the collateral or the succession loan is if there is collateral needed to secure the whole loan, then it's just a huge down payment that's required now, because there has to be cash from the borrower. There's no other way to get that backing of that loan. So there is a lot more risk to a succession loan, but the way we mitigate that a little bit is it's required that they're in business for 7 years. So we have a bigger window to look at to say, hey, this is a profitable business. And then understanding the character of the borrower, how are they involved already with the business? And that determines some of that risk there. But with all these loans, surprisingly, there is some collateral. And if things were to go south, we are backed a little bit. So it isn't like we're totally unsecured.
Follow it.
Yep.
So if we may assume some of the liability of that, who does the due diligence? Is it the bank? Is it us? Do we partner to do it?
Yeah, so we're both the bank is doing their due diligence on their portion and providing those numbers. And then I and our team will do our own due diligence as well to analyze what the revenues look like, how, you know, what do they have available for debt service? What kind of things will affect that? How, you know, getting as conservative as possible as well, because a lot of these might be projections. So you only can take so much of that in account. So, stressing those projections, those kind of things. But we do analyze them on our side. The bank analyzes them as well. So there's basically two checks there. Rely on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Don, I'm just going to jump on for just a second, just to make sure I'm listening as they ask questions, and it makes me think about some different things. So basically, the bank comes in the first position, it reduces their loan to value ratio because the business council is coming in with a quasi unsecured loan. However, in the event of liquidation and the bank is satisfied, any residual would come back to the business council. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we take a junior position, but there can be nobody else in that position. So yeah, whatever's left, we have right to.
Great. So it's a good deal. The banks like that kind of stuff, and it gets the job done and allows transition from one owner to the other.
Correct, Mr. Committee Chair. And yeah, there's another benefit I've seen with this is, and one of the deal like Basin, there's not a down payment from the borrower that's needed because the banks are looking, with us being in a junior position, they're actually looking at it as fulfilling that, which in my opinion is great because then the borrower doesn't have to go out and get a line of credit to work through that transition period of 6 to 9 months of getting the business going. They can keep that capital in their pocket and use that for that getting started.
I would submit that it's a lot less risky than agricultural emergency loans.
I would say so.
Any other questions for John? I would entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendation for more insulation.
So moved.
Been moved. You're a second.
Second.
And it's been second by Mr. Tomasi. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
All right, well, my final piece of business, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, is a charge off actually for an economic disaster loan. This one has been past due for about 3 years now. And we've made several attempts to get in hold of this borrower and the current bankers they work with, but just to no avail. So we're requesting or recommending a realization of principal loss of $20,438.26 to Mr. Brandy Pettit. And I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to that one.
Any questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, just have a quick question, John, not necessarily tied to this one, but I did notice that you have used the escrow services, the Marquee escrow services to help out with this. Have you noticed a help on your side or a benefit to having them help you with these contacts? I mean, again, not tied to this, but just in general.
Marquee's. So just a little background, Mr. Committee Chair, there's Mr. Smith, we depend on Marquee to service all of our loans. So when these loans that have been approved today, we'll get those, once they're closed, we turn over the loan file to Marquee. They help us manage that, collect payment, manage all the documentation that we have to provide auditors, those kind of things. So they're instrumental in us keeping track of our loans, BRC and challenge loan. And they are super helpful in the collections piece. They're the ones sending out the coupons. He also helps send out letters. I help with contact as well. But Mr. Sherman is incredibly helpful in, trying to do our best to contact these people when it is past due or any other kind of help through the loan process.
Fantastic. Thanks.
John, is there a tipping point at where you submit for a loan write-off?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. So the tipping point for us right now, as far as, and I guess to clarify, your question is more of like a timeline.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's better.
So that where we're at right there is about 2 years. Once we're trying to establish more of a 2-year, being aggressive with contacting them for a 2-year period. Once it's 2 years past, then we ideally what we'd like to do is get to a collections process where we, whether that's through RFP or through someone we can sole source to help us with that. Maybe taking the next step of a letter from a lawyer or And, or even if it needs to go to that step of legal action that's approved by our AG, then we can look at that too.
So it gives us an opportunity to clean up our books, but the process continues in a hope that some form of collection could happen.
Correct, Mr. Committee Chair. Yeah, and even with these write-offs that we've had the last few years, they'll be ones that will be included in that collections.
Sure. Anything else? I'd entertain a motion that we move to charge that off based upon the staff recommendation. And moved and seconded by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, John. And even if the meetings run a little long, I hope we see you up there with a lot more of those, giving people an opportunity to create legacies in Wyoming. Our favorite BRC All-Star.
It's always the
Oh.
favorite, right? Ben, can you get the PowerPoint?
I think you'll see in your notes as well, when we do get to the point to vote on BRCs, you'll see in the agenda an asterisk there that a roll call will be done as opposed to just a voice vote. And so how is that going to be handled, Amy?
Mr. Committee Chair, you can go ahead and turn it to me for each one of those as we prompt for those votes, and I'll be able to do the roll call vote, and I'll track it here.
What, hands
And-
device, or do we have to have a paddle, or what do we have to do?
Just a verbal will be fine,
Okay,
Mr.
very
Committee
good.
Chair.
Very good.
But Mr. Committee Chair, your point about the roll call votes and Ms. Reed probably is going to mention this as well, is coming to be because we did update BRC rules, and those rules went into effect on December 1st. These are your first BRC applications you're seeing under the new December 1st rules. And one of the updates in the December 1st rules did specify a roll call vote for applications.
Very, very good. Thank you. Take it away, Nicole.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. I'm Noelle Reed, the Grants Portfolio Manager, and I will be reviewing our BRC projects. We have 4 planning grants today, 3 full economic development plans, and 1 feasibility study. Total requests equal $300,000, and we currently have almost 50 million total in the BRC account. The first project comes to us from the town of Mountain View. The town of Mountain View is requesting a $75,000 planning grant for the purposes of developing a full economic development plan. Mountain View is a small rural community located in the southwest part of the state. The population is approximately 1,200 people, with the mining industry accounting for the major employers in the area, which include trona, coal mines, power plants, gas plants, etc. Mountain View is located about 7 miles south of Interstate 80, and the community sees visitors driving directly through town to get to Flaming Gorge and the Uinta Mountains. The last economic and community development plan for the town was developed in 2006, so it's been a while since they've gone through this process. There is also much new activity occurring in the southwest region of the state, and the community wants to be prepared for it. The upcoming nuclear power plant in Kemmerer is proposed to bring in approximately 2,000 jobs during the building phase and approximately 200 permanent jobs. Additionally, Genesis Alkali near Green River has finalized its expansion. There are 2 additional trona mines with Pacific Soda utilizing between 2,000 and 4,000 temporary workers and will employ 530 full-time workers at full operation by 26-27. Finally, the Exxon gas plant near Kemmerer is moving toward carbon capture. These opportunities will mean an influx of population into the area, and Mountain View wants to be prepared for that increased workforce, housing, and service needs. Because of these needs, the proposed scope of work will address job creation and workplace needs, population statistics and employment trends, and a business industry analysis.
Mountain View staff can correctly manage and administer these funds. They have successfully promoted several new businesses, including a dental office, coffee shop, car wash, a bank, 2 professional buildings, a credit union, a medical clinic, as well as a salon. And they have also utilized and implemented other funding opportunities, including ARPA dollars, a state revolving fund loan, and Homeland Security grant funds. The community has received many letters of support from potential partners, and you can find those beginning on page 251 of your board book. The staff's recommendation is to fund as requested. We see planning as foundational to economic and community development, as well as enables the community to sustainably develop their own economy. We also feel the community is really preparing for the future by the county, Uinta County is addressing economic growth and increasing local capacity by introducing a 1/2-cent economic development tax that will come before the community in the fall. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about Mountain View, and there are members of the community here that can answer questions as well.
Any questions? Yes, Ms. Tomasi.
Mr. Committee Chair, I do have a question for Noel, or maybe for the town of Mountain View. Because this planning grant is happening now, and what's the timeline? Because I know that folks are going to be needing this as soon as possible. What kind of timeline are you using as a parameter?
We're hoping as soon as we get awarded the grant that we can go out to bid for a mediator to help us plan. So that we can get this implemented as quickly as possible, because as we all know, it's, in our area, it's going to happen fairly quickly. They're breaking ground on a couple of those sites now, and workers are headed in, and, we just kind of need to be able to know where we're headed and, use this grant to help us better plan for our community.
Can I interrupt you just for a minute? Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah,
please?
sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the board, my name is Jake Porter. I'm the Public Works Director for Mountain View. So,
welcome.
Grew up in the community. I've been there a long time. So,
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Lyons.
Co-Chair, I would just commend, we have several projects, and I said this in the committee meeting, the community for looking ahead with the 1/2-cent economic development tax. That is a very positive sign, and one that I think has a signal that we'll have success with this planning grant. So thank you for including that, and very excited to see what happens.
we're hopeful it passes. It goes to the voters this fall, and hopeful that can help us out, in a lot of these ways too. So.
Mr. Committee Chair, can I just make one comment?
Go ahead.
When I was looking over the letters of support, you folks hit more people than are in the town of Mountain View for support. I was very impressed. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi, I was just going to follow up on your first question. So all of these projects will go to SLIB in June, and then we will have to, do a contract before they can expend any money. But we have told communities that if they want to start the bid process to find the consultants, they can do that once SLIB approves it, but then they just can't begin work until our contract with them is signed. So hopefully all the ones that are approved this summer, sometime they'll be able to start their planning process.
Thank you.
All right, the next project we have comes from the Northern Arapaho Tribe. The Northern Arapaho Tribe is requesting a $50,000 planning grant for the purposes of developing the Wind River Indian Reservation Data Center feasibility study. The proposed location is across the road from the Wind River Casino. I think there's a map in your write-ups that kind of shows the location across the street from there. Through its enterprise, Northern Arapaho Tribal Industries, Northern Arapaho Tribe will develop a strategic plan for the creation of a large climate-controlled data center of Wind River Indian Reservation to house and traffic the critical applications and data of companies and corporations. Wind River Indian Reservation is challenged by high poverty and unemployment, low incomes, and a lack of jobs and resources. According to the most recent U.S. Census American Community Survey 5-year estimates, the 3 largest towns on the reservation proper of Arapahoe, Ethity, and Fort Washakie have per capita incomes between $14,000 and $15,000, and the unemployment ranges between 16 and 23%. In contrast, the average U.S. per capita income was approximately $31,000, with an unemployment rate of 6.6%. Additionally, there is little private sector activity on the reservation, with the traditional employment sectors being mining, agriculture, and government. So there is a need for economic diversification in the area. Finally, the proposed location is prime for that industry. Northern Arapahoe Tribal Industries and its internet company Wind River Internet are currently installing fiber optic cable for high-speed internet for the entire reservation. In addition to this, there is a lack of natural disasters and low humidity levels for this region, making it an ideal location for a data center. The goal in conducting this feasibility study is to understand what the potential is for a data center and to gauge the marketability, size, and scale for this project in the community. Specific items will include the identification of potential leaders and major partners in the tribal data center market, analysis of the potential costs to build and manage, and a determination of potential funding sources, including new tax mark credits, USDA, and/or EDA. Northern Arapahoe Tribal Industries will take the lead on the feasibility study, and they have also identified other tribally owned data centers who may be able to assist in the process. Northern Arapahoe Tribal Industries will partner with the Northern Arapahoe Economic Development Commission, and other potential key partners include the state of Wyoming, EDA, USDA, and First Interstate Bank. Staff is recommending funding as requested. There is, huge potential to activate Wyoming's new economic sectors in digital and technology, potential to assist in delivering accessible services, tools, and opportunities for the reservation. And in addition to, just planning being foundational, determining the feasibility of a project before moving forward can significantly reduce costs while ensuring that the best project is completed. So for those reasons, we are recommending funding as requested. Happy to answer any questions, and I know Mr. Lee and Mr. Lawson are here as well to answer questions if need be.
Any questions?
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Just looks like a fantastic project. Sounds like fiber would be available, but has there been any consideration to if power is available at the site at this point?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Smith, I believe that's going to be part of the feasibility study, is to determine what those power needs would be moving forward for that.
I could speak to that a little bit. The area that we chose is because it's right on the border of 2 different power grids from High Plains and Rocky Mountain Power, as well as a significant amount of land available for optional renewables to power the data center.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. And just for clarification, could you tell us your name and who you're with?
I'm Patrick Adam Lawson. I'm the executive manager of the Northern Arapahoe Tribal Industries and the Wind River Internet.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So the third project comes from the town of Ranchester. The town of Ranchester is requesting a $75,000 planning grant for the purposes of developing a full economic development plan for their community. Ranchester is a small rural community with just a touch over 1,000 residents. The town is east of the Bighorn Mountains and about 15 miles north of Sheridan. Ranchester sees many visitors travel through town on their way to Yellowstone National Park, as US Highway 14 runs right through the middle of town. Ranchester has been a bedroom community for the coal mine industry and the city of Sheridan for many decades. Ranchester is experiencing a steady growth rate of about 4% per year and has been receiving inquiries from business owners who are interested in opening businesses in the area. However, the town acknowledges that there are constraints to growth, as Ranchester is limited by the railroad to the north of town and the Tongue River to the south. The proposed scope of work will include an analysis of current economic activity and recommended areas for growth potential, identify key industries and sectors that are poised for growth in the area, an analysis of the town's policies, infrastructure, and amenities, and an analysis of future annexation possibilities. Town staff have successfully completed several studies and projects over the years. They are working on a water study and sanitary sewer master plan this year, and a transportation master plan and US Highway 14 speed study was completed last year. The town has an opportunity to leverage local economic development by fostering a relationship with Ramaco and the future Brook Mine development. Other potential partners include the City of Sheridan, Sheridan County Chamber of Commerce, and CEDA, the local economic development agency. And those letters of support, as well as others, start on page 265 of your board packet. Staff is recommending this project as requested, based on, the fact that they are experiencing a steady growth rate and are receiving inquiries from businesses. And the proposed scope of work is well thought out and really matches the challenges that the community is going through. Happy to answer any questions, and I believe there are members of the community online that can answer questions as well.
Any questions? Who's on the online?
This is Mayor Peter Clark.
Oh, good. I have a couple of questions. Well, maybe some comments and a question. This is Mark Law. I've experienced seeing the growth you have up there. With the addition of the Anominate Cafe, I see a pretty good line of people coming from Sheridan to go up there, your new brewery and so forth. In the process of this planning and looking at economic development, I think it's important for us to talk to our legislators sometimes to get a feel for how they view things. And in the case, we just saw with Mountain View that was looking at trying to get tap into some of the economic development opportunities there can be statutorily available in the legislature for sales tax. Have you had an opportunity to visit with any of your legislators about that kind of thing?
Not since we started this project, no, or this application project, I have not.
Of course, I see Dave Kinski all the time, so I've had a chance to talk to him quite a bit. So, but he's not running again, unfortunately. So I would just encourage you to continue to do that, and Ranchester is poised to continue to see a lot of growth. I know Habitat for Humanity is building 8 new houses out there, and it's pretty exciting to see, actually.
And actually, just to kind of update you, last night we annexed in another 23 acres into town for future development, which includes a 300-foot wide strip along US Highway 14. So we're looking at that, and also our new subdivision to the west has some business lots in there that are for sale. So we're trying to identify people to go in there. And this is something we haven't really done. And with our growth projections, we're trying to look down the road another 15, 20 years to figure out how we can best set up our infrastructure and our town as it is. So, and by the way, Senator Kinski is aware of this, but since he's not our senator, I did talk to Cyrus Western, who's kind of been following us, but he also isn't running again. So it's and we have very little communication with Senator Beitman, although we try. But so that's kind of where we sit on that right now.
Go buy him a cup of coffee at a Nominate Cafe, and you can have a chat. Probably it's pretty good place.
Believe me, I've tried, and they don't show up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've kind of had a loss on that one, so I've done what I can.
Well, good. I'm excited. There's probably nobody up there that's looking for a grocery store either, is there?
Oh, they're always looking for a grocery store, car wash. Some of those things always bubble up. Hardware stores, those things always bubble up to the surface. But us being too close to Sheridan, it's hard for us for those entities to come in other than a car wash. But there's probably more car washes out there than we need. So, but that would come up. So that does. I think in the 9 years I've been mayor, that probably comes up 2 or 3 times a year for a car wash at some point. So.
Yeah, I've heard that before. All right. Any other questions?
I have a question. This is Kathy Tomasi. So I'm looking at the project evaluation and I see that you've done a lot of studies over the last 2 or 3 years. And let me ask you a question. How are those going to tie in with the planning grant that you're asking for? And what are the results of those community implementation studies? Studies.
I have to think on that. We're trying to tie them all together. I mean, we've had sort of hit and miss, and we up until probably the last 6 or 8 years, we really didn't have the growth momentum that we needed to really look much harder at the projects that might have come in. We're trying to make it so it's more institutionalized as far as our planning process. Instead of being a hit and miss. I guess that's not really the best answer, but that's the only thing I can think of right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Well, thank you for your time on the online and the submission, and we'll move on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The next one comes from the town of Wright. The town of Wright is requesting a $100,000 planning grant for the purposes of developing a full economic development plan. Wright is located 40 miles south of Gillette on Highway 59 with a population of approximately 1,600. Wright was originally established as a mining town and still depends heavily on the energy industry. The town anticipates that this planning process will help identify value-added opportunities for current and new industries that will fit in the region. The last economic development and comprehensive plan the town completed was in 2014. Projects that were completed from this plan include a new town hall, new ag complex facility. The previous town hall building was transformed into a community center as well. However, since that time, the town acknowledges that significant changes in energy markets, housing, and workforce have occurred. Additionally, in 2019, the town did begin a community review process with Wyoming Business Council staff. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic stalled and eventually ended that process. So this is them kind of trying to restart that process and bring it back to the forefront. The proposed scope of work for this plan includes infrastructure capacity and a plan for growth and development in and around the town, economic opportunities that will bring more revenue, increased population, and additional support for the energy sector, future infrastructure planning as the community grows in businesses, housing, and workforce development, land and development opportunities, and an implementation plan. The community has seen success with past measures, including the 2014 Economic Development Plan and the 2019 Community Review initial process. The community felt that even though it was just an initial process in 2019, they had a lot of buy-in and community support, and they feel that they can recreate that as well. The town has identified many potential partners, and there are many letters of support beginning on page 270 of your board packet. Staff is recommending funding as requested. One of the things that we liked about this project, as well as instead of just, starting that planning process up again, is they really are looking at this holistically. One of the things that the community is doing to address barriers to economic growth and working to increase local capacity is they are proposing a 1% special purpose sales tax for housing development. Furthermore, it was just announced a couple of weeks ago that Visionary Broadband was awarded a state grant through the Connect Wyoming initiative of $3.13 million to build out high-speed internet service to nearly 1,200 homes and businesses in and around Wright. So they really are looking at this from kind of a holistic and comprehensive component. So happy to answer any questions on that. And there are community members as well that can answer questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, just a quick comment, kind of in the same vein as Mr. Lance's from the previous. I'm glad to see that the town's proposing a 1% special purpose tax for housing development. I think that's a great step in the right direction, and And hopefully that's something that we can see pass. I know it's difficult in some of our counties where we're split between municipalities to try and get multiple municipalities on board, but I'm glad to see the effort to try and keep making these things happen.
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes.
So Noel, this is, I guess, partly specific to this project, but maybe a little bit general as well, because a couple of these state that there's out of date economic development plan. So going forward, if these are approved, is there a process to keep them up to date? And if so, who owns that? Or is it just simpler to go a certain amount of time and start fresh? How's that process work?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Chairman. It's really owned by the community at that point, but we usually see these plans are about a 5-year plan. And then they will work through that plan and then start another 5-year plan. Kind of moving forward for me and the Business Council is we're kind of thinking about planning a little bit more holistically and how the investments part of planning maybe works with some of the stuff on the services side of planning and how we bring those together. So right now, that's kind of how the process works is a 5-year plan. But moving forward, I could see us maybe trying to come up with some other creative ways to help build that state capacity with the investment and the services team working together.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. No questions. All right, are we ready to take some action here then?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, just because this is our first time doing a roll call vote on BRC projects, I'll just clarify, as I call your name, if you can say either aye or nay, and I will document that as your vote, and we'll run through that for each project individually.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll get started then with the first action for the town of Mountain View has been presented and been recommended. Do I have a motion? It's been moved by Ms. Harvey. Is there a second? And second by Ms. Tomasi. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed with a roll call vote via Ms. Grenfeld.
Mr. Arns.
Aye.
Mr. Brown is excused. Ms. Harvey. Ms. Johnson. She stepped away, so I will mark her as a no vote. Mr. Kenyon.
Aye.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law.
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Thayer.
Aye.
And Ms. Tomasi.
Aye.
And Mr. Committee Chair, that vote does pass.
Motion passes. We'll move on to the next item, which is the planning for the Northern Arapaho tribe. Mr. Lance moves to accept that recommendation. Is there a second? Mr. Smith, second. We'll proceed with the roll. Well, let's see, any further discussion? Sorry. Seeing none, we'll proceed with the roll call vote.
Mr. Arns.
Aye.
Ms. Harvey.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson is excused, no vote. Mr. Kenyon.
Aye.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law.
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Thayer. Ms. Thayer, we did not record your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Tomasi.
Aye.
Mr. Committee Chair, that motion does pass.
Motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to the next one, the Town of Ranchester planning grant. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith. And second by Mr. Ernst. Proceed with any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed with a roll call vote.
Mr. Arns,
Aye.
Ms. Harvey.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon,
Aye.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law,
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Thayer,
Aye.
Ms. Tomasi.
Aye.
Mr. Committee Chair, that motion does pass.
Thank you. Motion passes. We'll move on to the last item, the Town of Wright and their planning grant. Is there a motion to accept?
Mr. Chairman, Chuck Kenyon approves or moves.
It's been moved by Mr. Kenyon. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Harvey. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed with a roll call vote.
Mr. Arns,
Aye.
Ms. Harvey. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon,
Aye.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law,
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Thayer,
Aye.
and Ms. Tomasi.
Aye.
Mr. Committee Chair, that motion passes.
The motion passes. I'd like to thank and congratulate everybody's hard work on this, on all of these. We didn't botch up the roll call vote too bad. If anybody did, it was me. So I think that concludes our investments committee portion. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Durrell.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I think if I could just address all of the folks that are going to be involved in these strategic plans and planning operations. I think it's important for us to think about that for a minute. And I want you to consider that these planning grants are only as good as the team that you build during the planning and the execution that you do afterwards. And so the team that you build is incredibly important. Team that you build needs to be diverse. It needs to represent. It needs to be ready to work. And once that planning grant is typed up and completed and begins to collect dust on a shelf, I hope that you go out and begin to work on these elements. Not just work with the people who are working on that or the people who have that as their day jobs, but remember that it is about the community. The other thing that I want to remind everyone is that the resources that are required to execute those plans need to be certain during the planning. And what that means is the state's component of that funding is definitely not guaranteed. Your local capacity and your local self-reliance is an incredible and important part of this. So as we heard from Uinta, it's great. You're going after a half cent. I want to know what a half cent looks like. I've heard of a quarter cent. I've heard of a half cent. I've only ever seen a cent, but if you can show me what a half cent looks like, I love it. I think that it's great that you're going after it. And if you continue on that path to get a full cent, that's even better. It's, I think, twice as good, the math says. It's just important for us to remember that what we're trying to achieve in this state is self-reliance in your communities. It's the ability for you to define your economic outcomes and your economic growth on your own. And while the state loves to be part of it, loves to help out, we want that to happen from you and from your own resources over time. It's likely the only way that it will work. And so as you do this, I want you to be excited about it. I want you to be passionate about it, but I want you to also realize that the plan itself is not really worth that much. It's the team that you build and the resources that you create that will make the biggest difference in your communities. And so I hope to see you back here. I hope to see what happens with those plans, and I hope to see the execution of those plans, and I hope to be a partner in that, but maybe not a major funder of that. And so as you work on this, just realize that's what we're trying to do in all of our communities, and we applaud you for coming forth, going through this process. We don't make it easy, and we do that on purpose. And we appreciate the effort that you've put in to get this far. And we're excited about what's going to happen in the future and what you will do in your communities to make that happen. So thank you for going through that with us.
Thanks, Josh. I'll turn it over to co-chair Aaron's.
Thank you, Mr. Law, and thanks to the investment committee, and thank you, Ms. Reed. And thank you to the members of the community that came here today to be here in person. We do appreciate that. We're wrapping up here. A couple upcoming events. We have the upcoming SLIB board meeting on June 6th. We'll have our committee meetings the week of August 26th. And our next regularly scheduled board meeting is September 10th and 11th in Laramie, which we're excited about. One last shout out to Sue, if you're still in the room. And Elena, thank you for your 16 years. She left, but we're gonna applaud her anyways. And with that, is there any other business to come for the board? Okay, we entertain a motion.
So moved.
Adjourn. It's been moved, seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.